All right, we'll call the meeting to order and begin with the invocation and then the pledge. Almighty God, send down upon those who hold office in this city the spirit of wisdom, compassion, and justice. Grant that with steadfast purpose we may faithfully serve our community, seeking the common good, protecting the vulnerable, and promoting the well-being and harmony of all who dwell here. Amen. Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, all members are present with the exception of Councillor Plew, who is excused tonight. Ceremonies and announcements. I'll read the mayor announcements first. Chameleon Park and Falls Park will be closed May 11 through May 13 in coordination with the Vista. The closure is needed for helicopter-supported work related to dam safety improvements. And the City of Post Falls is excited to host this year's Post Falls Festival Parade. Local businesses, organizations, and community groups are encouraged to apply. This year's theme, America 250, celebrates 250 years of American independence. Bring your creativity and community spirit. Apply online at postfalls.gov/parade. First up for ceremonies is the North Idaho Special Assistant U.S. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council and staff. My name is Benjamin Allen. I'm the elected prosecuting attorney in Shoshone County, and I'm here to give you all just a very brief update on the North Idaho SALSA position. As some of you may recall, this position coming to North Idaho is roughly 2 years in the making. There was a lot of time, effort, and work that went into facilitating the network and collaboration of local partners that was necessary in order to get this program up off the ground. This program is unique in that it is over 90% funded by state and federal funds, meaning our local partnership of cities and counties that form the local collaboration necessary for the SALSA has only had to come up with roughly 10% of the compensation needed in order to institute the North Idaho SALSA program here in North Idaho. After all of that time, effort, and work, we are finally in a position to get this program up off the ground, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, in collaboration with my office, who serves as the host agency for this position, has facilitated the hiring of the first ever North Idaho SALSA, and she is here in attendance tonight. So I want to just take a moment to introduce you all to Miss Julia Zimney. Julia is your North Idaho SALSA. So what that means for you all is we have a dedicated federal prosecuting attorney here in North Idaho whose primary focus is simply to address and place an emphasis on combating drug trafficking that's coming through the I-90 corridor and south down 95. That emphasis is designed to identify drug traffickers who are moving drugs through and into our area in order to remove them both from our communities and from the network of criminal and drug distribution that contributes to those drugs moving back into our communities from larger metropolitan areas. With that said, I don't want to take any more of council's time, but I would encourage you through your administrator or legal counsel to feel free to reach out to me or my office, as well as to Ms. Zimney. If you all have any questions about the status of the program, what Ms. Zimney has been up to as your federal SALSA, and or if you have questions about quarterly updates. It is anticipated that each of our local partners will be receiving quarterly updates from Ms. Zimney as the program continues. And as a reminder, this program has been fully funded for at least 3 years. So that should provide us with enough data and information to identify the end result and just the magnitude or level of impact that this position is having on our communities. If similar jurisdictions or SALSA placements are any indicator, it is estimated that the local cost savings to taxpayers by taking cases from the state level and shifting them to the federal level should result in a windfall of roughly $2.5 million a year. So it's a pretty big deal financially for our local communities. We're excited to have Ms. Zimney on board, and we're excited for our partnership with the City of Post Falls and the other local partners that are helping to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome to come say hello if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mayor Westland. Yes, my name is Julia Zimney. I am the new Special Assistant United States Attorney that's been selected for this position. I am so grateful to the City of Post Falls and to the other communities that wanted to contribute to this cause. I'm excited to begin with providing those quarterly updates for everyone so we can really track the progress of this position, potentially have it again as an option in the future, and work with Mr. Allen in the future as well. Feel free to reach out to me. As Mr. Allen already indicated, I'm happy to provide any insight or information about who I am, where I'm from, and the goals that I have for this position.
Well, thank you. We're very happy to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Humanitarian Award to Trey Buster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Brownell, Captain with the Post Falls Police Department. Tonight is an opportunity for me to do something that is special in the city's, in the police department, is I recognize a citizen that went out of his way during an incident here. So without further ado, I'd like to call down Trey Buster. So the Post Falls Police Department established a Humanitarian Award on November 15, 2011, to honor police department employees and citizens who exhibited an exemplary concern for the welfare of others as evidenced by their actions that contributed substantially to the well-being of another person and are beyond the individual's scope of responsibility. The specific incident on March 29, 2025, an adult male had a heart attack on 4th Street near Falls Park. A 911 call was made and officers and KCFR were dispatched to the scene. When officers arrived, they found Mr. Buster conducting CPR on the unconscious male. Mr. Buster had been performing CPR for approximately 5 minutes. An officer took over chest compressions and Mr. Buster assisted the second officer in maintaining the male's airway. KCFR arrived on scene and life-saving measures continued until the male was transported to Kootenai Health. The male, Richard, survived. Richard later called Post Falls Police Department and spoke to Sergeant Eisman, letting him know that the doctor said without CPR being initiated so quickly and effectively, he would have not have made it. Mr. Buster, you are an example of why people are proud to live and work in Post Falls. When faced with life and death situations, you use the skills that you have learned to jump in and conduct CPR. Had it not been for your actions, Richard may not have survived. You did not know Richard before this incident, but you are certainly connected to him now. You are an asset to the community, and I am glad you have chosen to make Post Falls your home. I am pleased to present the Post Falls Police Department Humanitarian Award to Mr. Buster. Thank you for your service and dedication to the community.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Next up is the Kootenai County Fire and Rescue Temporary Levy information.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. This is actually fortuitous that we're here following the Humanitarian Award. Exemplifies what is actually happening in the community on a regular basis in partnership with Post Falls PD, the city, and our community. So I will be brief tonight. I know you have a long agenda. As a reminder, my name is Pete Hawley. I'm the Fire Chief for Kootenai County Fire and Rescue. And here tonight to present some information on our 2-year temporary levy override that is being placed on the ballot. This is all about transparency. We're not encouraging people how to vote. We're just encouraging people to vote, and we're providing the information so that people can make as educated a vote as they can. Because there is a lot of information that is out there that we need to make sure that we're providing the facts. So who is KCFR? So we're a proud organization, mission-driven organization. We proudly serve about 70,000 residents within our fire district. The fire district overlays the city of Post Falls, among other communities like Dalton Gardens, Fernand Village, a lot of unincorporated areas in the community. But primarily, we are Post Falls Fire Department in a lot of ways because this is the majority of where our call volume is. It's where the growth is. It's where we provide most of our service. Last year, we ran about 9,500 calls, which is a significant increase over the last 5-10 years. About 10 years ago, we were running about 4,000 calls. So it doesn't get lost on this group that there is a tremendous amount of growth, and with that growth comes need for public safety. Like I said at the very beginning, we're mission-driven. Our motto at KCFR is service first. We truly do believe that our mission here is to serve the community in any way, in any capacity that we possibly can. So in 2025, in November, we did put forward a ballot measure for a permanent override levy. Well, that did not pass. It needed a 2/3 majority. We surveyed the community. We listened, and we know that a temporary override is much more palatable from what we've heard from the community. So we are listening. We are putting forward a temporary override. It's a temporary 2-year bridge that helps us with operations and making sure we are accountable to ourselves, that we are looking at what this looks like year over year for the time period, for this 2-year time period. It's time bound. And we're looking for that we're doing that transparent accountability. Like I said before, we have a record call volume. We have staffing pressures. We have inflation. These are all things that we're feeling in our own homes. The fire district is no different. All of these things are rising faster than we can keep up with our 3% cap. Legislatively, we're capped at a 3% growth or budget increase, and we know that inflation itself is growing far faster than that. An interesting fact about this, with this graph, is these are actual residences that are in our fire district, and one of them, or two of them, are in Post Falls. And in 2020 versus 2025, because that's when we hear is that taxes continue to increase. In 2020, these property owners were paying a little bit more to the fire district specifically than they are today. So that's the effect of some legislative efforts that have happened, and has limited the way that our budget grows. So our levy continues to decrease. Our taxing authority also decreases, even though we have this expansive growth. We have that 3% gap. The cap. Let's talk a little bit about the 3% cap. So we are capped per Idaho code at a 3%, at the 3%. However, kind of an example of the things that we're facing. In 2019, we were able to buy a fire truck for about $660,000. Today, that same fire truck, virtually the same model. Of course, it's got new technology, but nothing added. It's not like it's longer. It's not like it carries more water. It carries more hose. None of that stuff. It's all the same. Is about $1.1 million, and that's just over the 6 years, or approximately 7 years. We've seen these tremendous costs continue to go up. Our call volume continues to climb, and that gap just keeps widening. In an emergency, there's two things that are really an enemy to our community. It's time and distance. And this map illustrates our strategic locations of our fire stations. And we want to make sure that we maintain that we are able to continue to provide this service strategically across the fire district. The 2-year plan is a temporary bridge. There's going to be zero administrative bloat. It's all going to be to support frontline operations, and it's a contract with the voters. We're literally putting the accountability back on ourselves to make sure that we're holding our end of the bargain, that we're continue to provide the service that people have come to expect out of KCFR. The tax impact, of course, everybody would like to know what that looks like. For every 100,000 in assessed value, it's a $37.77 impact. So roughly, the average homeowner in Post Falls would be paying about $12 to $16 per month in additional taxes to support this levy. Strong staffing, strong equipment, all of those things also affect your ISRB rating. We're under a review currently with ISRB. We don't expect anything to change, but we want to make sure that we're able to continue to meet those same needs. Again, this 2-year levy puts the accountability back on ourselves. It sunsets in 2028, and at that point we have to evaluate what we're doing next. It allows us some time to do some things legislatively at the state level, which we've had some success already this year, and we anticipate that will continue, but it allows us to continue to evaluate and see where the needs are, and then make sure that the voters have a say in what we're doing and how we're doing it. Longer response times, deferred maintenance, reduced crews on major incidents. These are all things that are a challenge that we're facing. And we're not exclusive. The entire state, fire districts across the state are feeling a lot of these same things, and we're trying to figure out how to navigate them. We only have so many options as a fire district of how we can increase our taxing authority, and the primary way is through a tax levy override. So again, I'd just like to reiterate, we're not telling people how to vote. We're just making sure that we're providing information, which is the purpose of me being here tonight, just making sure that people understand that they have access to information. I'm taking personal phone calls, literally had one earlier today with people that have questions. There's more information that can be found on our website. We have a great Q&A. We want to make sure that people are informed voters in the ballot, or in the voter box on the ballot. I've left a few brochures at the front desk. I'd encourage people to get the information so they can make a good decision. Every vote will matter, and we appreciate that. And again, just would like to reiterate, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for the partnership that we're continuing to build, and I would stand for any questions if you had any.
Any questions? No? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Next up is the appointment of Dana Repan to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Dana. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to volunteer for the commission?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Westland and council members. My name is Dana Repan, and I'm excited about this appointment. This has been a personal goal of mine. I've been a public servant for 30 years of my career, and I've served as a planner in land use planning and environmental planning and park planning. So I feel like this is a natural progression for my own personal and professional goals. I'm very excited because Post Falls is a new city for me. My husband and I relocated here to be closer to his parents, and I'm just excited about learning all the new parks, the programs. I saw the recreation guide just came out. So I'm excited to get out there and learn about all the new parks and meet the staff and just be more community member, more involved in my community now.
Well, thank you.
Any questions for me?
Questions?
No, just thank you for stepping up. You have a lot of experience in this, and I'm just excited to see how you're going to apply that here in Post Falls.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Entertain a motion.
I would move to confirm the appointment of Dana Repan to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Stigleader. Aye. Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. John Hausman was on the agenda but decided to withdraw his name from consideration, so there's nothing to do there. Next up, amendments to the agenda. Amendments tonight.
We have none tonight, sir.
Declarations of conflict, ex parte contacts, and site visits. Seeing none, please present the consent calendar.
Item A is minutes from the April 14th, 2026 City Council Workshop. Item B is payables from April 22nd through May 6th, 2026. Item C is February cash and investments. Item D is donation of city vehicles to KTEC. Item E is park naming policy. Item F is Foxtail 13th Edition Construction Improvement Agreement. Item G is Gall Annexation Reasoned Decision ANNX-25-1. And item H is Prairie Medical Zone Change Reasoned Decision ZC-25-2.
Questions on the consent calendar?
Not a question, but just a clarification for the public. The donation of city vehicles to KTEC, those are vehicles that are slated to be disposed of. So it's not like we're giving them brand new police cars to roll around in or something. They have no value to the city anymore, so. I would move to, you have anything?
Yeah, so I guess with the park naming, we all agreed on not changing the exceptional community service definition because it's still in the park naming policy.
I believe they made some updates to it.
Yes, in the packet, there were some red line changes to, based on the council's direction at the last meeting, to open that up and make it a little bit more flexible. And if Warren has anything to add.
Yeah, so I just pulled it up. So previously, it was an exclusive list. I now have to hold the button. So previously, you had to have, your service had to fall into one of the enumerated categories. We changed that so that the list is now just examples of what would constitute exceptional community service. It said the definition is now means outstanding service provided to the community in one or more of the following areas. And we added a new sub G that is other similar activities showing sustained community service for residents of Post Falls. So essentially any other type of service that the council or the Parks and Rec Commission feels qualifies, that qualifies. So it gives the discretion back to do, if you want to name it for someone, that you have the discretion to do something else.
Okay.
I would move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigliter.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. On to public hearings. The first public hearing is the North Chase Place annexation. We'll open public hearing.
Well, good evening. My name is Justin Souter. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Justin Souter, Associate Planner here with the city. We have the North Chase Place annexation, file number A NNX-25-8. The property owner is Donald Smock, and the applicant is Van Houten Consulting, and they are requesting the City Council to approve a request to annex approximately or almost 5 acres with single-family residential R1 zoning into the city of Post Falls. Here is the site. It's on the southwest corner of Chase Road and Fisher Avenue in the red hatched box there. And as you can see, it's not currently within the city and therefore does not have a zoning designation. The properties to the north and west contain single-family homes in the R1S zone. The property to the east is farmland, and the properties to the south on Coleman Street is another subdivision that is also within the R1 zone. And then just a reminder, they were requesting the R1 zone, which would match the subdivision to the south on Coleman Street. The site is currently undeveloped. It's over the Rathdrum Prairie Aquifer. It would be serviced for water by East Green Acres Irrigation District. The wastewater would be handled by City of Post Falls, and the city does have the capacity to provide service and willing to serve the property at the requested density. Chase Road is a minor arterial, Fisher Avenue is a minor collector, and Coleman Street is a local residential roadway. Additional rights-of-way and easements would need to be provided as part of this annexation. Now we can get into the zone change criteria. Number 1, is the proposed zoning district consistent with the future land use map and focus area contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan? The future land use designation of the subject property is low-density residential, which encompasses all types of single-family residential uses up to 8 units per acre. The properties to the north, south, east, and west are all also within the low-density residential land use designation, and the site is within the Central Prairie Focus Area, which to date, the development trends have been focused on addressing single-family housing needs. A key policy of the focus area is to guide development by supporting provisions for a variety of housing types and densities. The proposed single-family zone is compatible with properties in the immediate vicinity to the north, south, and west, which all contain single-family residences. The R1 zone would also be consistent with the focus area, which talks about providing a variety of housing types, because the properties to the west and north are within the single-family residential suburban zone, as you can see in the lighter or fainter yellow, which have a larger lot sizes. And the applicant is requesting the R1 zone, which is consistent with the neighborhood directly to the south on Coleman Street. Moving on to the second review criteria, is the proposed zoning district consistent with the goals and policies contained in the comprehensive plan? The annexation request is consistent with Goal 1 of the comp plan, which seeks to grow and sustain a balanced, resilient economy for Post Falls, providing community prosperity and fiscal health. The R1 zone can deliver single-family homes, which make up the majority of the desired housing product in Post Falls. There are several factors that need to be considered when applying a new zone, and we've already talked about the zoning designation being consistent with the future land use map and the surrounding and compatible with surrounding land uses. As far as infrastructure, sanitary sewer is located at the southerly property line at the terminus of Coleman Street, and this line can be extended to service the entirety of the site. And as I stated before, the city does have the capacity and willingness to serve the site. The staff report does talk about how sewer can only be provided to a portion of the site until the Fisher lift station has been completed. However, since the previous meeting at Planning Commission and since the staff report came out, city staff and the applicant's representative have talked and worked out the details, so sewer is now able to be provided to the entirety of the site. So I want to make that clarification from the staff report. As far as transportation, Chase Road is considered a minor arterial and Fisher Avenue is classified as a minor collector. Dedication of additional rights-of-way and easements would be required on both roads with the annexation. Coleman Street is classified as a local residential roadway, and no rights-of-way or easements would be required with annexation, but would be required at the time of the development of the subdivision. The annexation is also consistent with Goal 12 of the comprehensive plan, which seeks to maintain the city of Post Falls' long-term fiscal health. The R1 zone can help with the fiscal health by providing housing and is also consistent with policies of 8 and 9 of the comprehensive plan, which encourages compatible infill development of vacant parcels and annexation of county islands within city limits. Annexation of the subject site with the zoning request would help provide land for future housing needs at a low density in an area that is projected to be incorporated into the city. And the development of the parcel following the annexation would be considered both an infill development and it's within a county island and would be compatible with the existing subdivision to the south on Coleman Street. The third and final review criteria, does the proposed zoning district create a demonstrable adverse impact upon the delivery of services? There have been no identified demonstrable adverse impacts identified at this time. Here's a list of the agencies that were notified of the project. We received comments back from these agencies. They either remain neutral, will coordinate at the time of development, had no facilities in the project site. One of note is the Post Falls Highway District, had a comment to annex all portions of right-of-way on Chase and Fisher and the adjacent to the parcel, and that is taken care of in the annexation agreement. There's the site for you again. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and the applicant is here as well.
So out of curiosity, the change in the availability of sewer to part of the site to all of it, just briefly, what led to that update?
Yeah, it had to do with the elevations, but I'm going to let city engineer cover, talks about the sewer.
All roads.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So city staff met with the applicant and their engineer, and actually it was the previous applicant who we met with, but the engineer has remained the same. The problem that was originally there was that the north end had a little bit of an elevation drop, so it got too shallow. So they made some adjustments so they could still meet the city's minimum grade requirements and raise the roadway up so that the lots would work. It was really simple, straightforward, and it was all mainly a matter of timing. This way they would be able to start development possibly a little bit sooner than the Fisher lift station being online. The other way would have required the Fisher lift station to be online and the new gravity sewer that the city is going to be looking at bidding in the future to be in place. Any further questions?
Simple, I like it.
Oh, I do. While you're here, will there be an entrance onto, before I ask my question, Field, can I state for the record that this part of town is in my daily just life? I did not specifically visit the site, but
I would just say it's nearby, but it doesn't influence your decision.
it does not influence my decision. I just have to drive places. So will there be an entrance onto, so will Coleman connect to Fisher, or is that planned to be like a cul-de-sac like we see directly to the north?
So from the subdivision portion, which is separate from the annexation, Coleman Street in the plans that have been reviewed would extend all the ways to Fisher Avenue, and the emergency access that currently exists on the north end of Coleman Street would continue to serve not as an emergency access, but as a pedestrian access between Chase Road and Coleman Street. And there would be no road access points from Coleman Street onto Chase Road due to the classification.
Onto Chase, surely. Okay, and it just seemed very close to the Chase Fisher intersection where Coleman would pop out. That was my only thought when looking at this.
You got the same issue down on Grange Avenue.
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit long from a cul-de-sac standpoint. We also
Gotcha.
try to
Okay.
reduce cul-de-sacs.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions for staff?
Quick clarification on the concern from ITD about rights-of-way. Are we saying that this is both sides of Chase, or?
So, Post Falls Highway District made the request.
sorry, yeah.
So when we annex in, we will take the adjoining roadway and take the entirety of the rights-of-way into the city of Post Falls, so that you don't have half, in this case, you don't have half of Chase Road in the city of Post Falls, and then the other half of Chase Road in the Post Falls Highway District. It makes it cleaner from a maintenance and operation standpoint.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're not taking the rights away from the property owner on the east side of the road, though?
We would not acquire
see.
any rights-of-way from them until they annex into the city.
Okay.
Just keeps it so we don't have to plow half the road.
Yeah,
we have to
yeah,
plow
yeah.
the other half.
All right.
Any further questions?
I think we're good. The applicant can speak.
All right, well, good evening, council members. My name is Merle Van Houten, and thank you for having me here tonight. I'm representing Donald Smock, the property owner, in this R1 request for annexation into the city of Post Falls. Don Smock is a lifelong resident of the area and very involved in the community. His vision here is to bring this into the city as an R1 standard subdivision development, which would yield about 20 lots. Starting with existing conditions, first of all, Justin did a great job of explaining the project and the intricacies, but just to kind of walk through it in my own words and answer your questions at the end, I'd like to start with what we have as part of this project and surrounding development. As Justin was saying, we've got a mix of R1 and R1S surrounding the subject parcel, which is a part of a infill island. with it being surrounded by the city of Post Falls on all sides, there's really no other option for any eventual annexation other than into the city. And as you look at this image, you can kind of start to see how the development of this once annexed into the city is more or less predestined. You have Fisher and Chase serving as the boundary to the north and to the east, and then you have Coleman Street, which has its terminus on the south end of the property. So with the city's classification of Chase and Fisher, those roadways aren't eligible for driveway access. The only option is to continue extending Coleman up through this development, and as you were just discussing, it would punch through to Fisher, and so when we do that with Coleman, what we have are lots, single-family lots that will be of identical size and dimensions to what we see in the southern development, North Chase Place. So that's why we're bringing this forward as the North Chase Place first edition, because with what's already happened, it seems like this particular 5-acre piece of land is pretty predestined for its eventual development. So, but we can go through the requirements of the comprehensive plan just to demonstrate that we are compliant. As Justin pointed out, we are surrounded by the R1 and R1S zones. And as we look at the future land use map, our designation here is that low density residential, which considers all types of single family residences. With us being surrounded by R1 and R1S, there is a little bit of a variety of homes. So we do meet that definition of all types of single-family residences, up to 8 dwelling units per acre, and one of the underlying zoning districts is the R1 zone. So we do have compliance with that land use map. The focus area is Central Prairie. There we are, solidly in that sea of orange. So development trends focused on addressing single-family needs. And land use values increasing, new projects are more likely to integrate higher density housing. We're staying with just what's been established in the R1 zone. Again, it seems like with what the development's already occurred around this parcel, it's wise to just stick with what's already been developed out there. And future growth should embrace a variety of housing types and land uses, maintain quality standards, and provide even greater emphasis on connecting neighborhoods. And that part, as we develop Chase and Fisher to their classifications, we're going to see that connection of neighborhoods through better roadways and pedestrian access, which we'll get into here in a second. And there is the traffic master plan, which defines Fisher Avenue as a minor collector, Chase Road as a minor arterial. So now we have an annexation map, and this gets to, I think it was your comment, Commissioner Ziegler, about the annexation of the adjacent portions of road. It's a little bit hard to see, but this does demonstrate that we are bringing in those adjacent portions of right-of-way along with the subject property in this request. This is an annexation request, but I thought it would be helpful just to show you what this looks like, since it is pretty much a cut and paste of what the development to the south is. We're continuing Coleman Street on from its terminus here on the left side of the page, going through to Fisher Avenue. These are standard R1 lots with no deviations, no exceptions. 6,500 square foot minimum yields us 4 lots per acre density. In a total of 20 lots. But what you can also start to see here in this is, these darker portions of Chase and Fisher are where we're extending those roads to their full classification. We are continuing, the multi-use path, from its terminus at the southern boundary and extending that all the way to the intersection. We're bringing a standard sidewalk down Fisher because the path is on the other side of that road, and we're creating our pedestrian crossing at that intersection. So we get a glimpse of what the build out and connectivity for pedestrians and vehicles will look like, once this is complete. Okay, and just to further that point, we can come back to this, but Coleman Street will be built, just like the same section that exists out there today, which is the same as the city standard for residential roads, and We have the sections here for a minor arterial and a minor collector, which will be adhered to during that time of development. Bringing it down to the street level, we're looking at the terminus of Coleman Avenue on the left, and then if you just turn 180 degrees, you get to see the North Chase Place development, to the south. So, on the left we have Fisher Avenue off in the background, and it's pretty easy to just envision this road continuing all the way through to that point, and it developing to look much like the picture on the right. Identical road section, identical, swales, sidewalk, housing density, same product for the most part.
You took your pictures on a beautiful day. I'm like distracted by the sky in both
Yeah,
of
right.
those.
Thank you. And moving over to Chase, we're looking at the southern terminus where road improvements to Chase have ended or currently end, and we would be extending these on. So when we looked at that exhibit or that conceptual plan of the proposed subdivision, and we saw those darker portions of asphalt, what we were seeing was this widening right here, and then continuation with curb, swale, path, and over here on the right side we have those conditions of the annexation agreement for the dedication of additional right-of-way and easement, which will be a part of what we're requesting tonight. We'll do the same thing over here at Fisher, not nearly the same width required as we have on Chase, but again we're going to be widening it to its full width, placing curb, swale, sidewalk, and creating that pedestrian ramp at the intersection of the two streets. And again, these additional rights-of-way and easements would be dedicated as part of that annexation agreement. We brought this before the Planning and Zoning Commission. They approved it unanimously and sent that recommendation to you here tonight, but it is your decision. So I wanted to go through the annexation decision criteria with you, just like Justin did. If you read the staff report and the narrative I submitted, there's probably a few dozen of these goals and policies that are covered, but I just chose a few to quickly cover. Let's start with the first criteria. Is the proposed zoning district consistent with the land use map and focus area? R1 is an implementing zone, so we qualify there. And that Central Prairie focus area encourages single-family housing in a variety of types and densities. So I think we check that box. Number two, is the proposed zoning district consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan? I just chose a few of them, like I said. Maintain and improve the provision of high-quality, affordable, and efficient community services in Post Falls. This is an infill development for single-family homes, and it's going to provide increased improvements in vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. Goal number 6, maintain and improve Post Falls transportation network on pace and in concert with needs and objectives. So as we've discussed, those streets will be improved to city standards. And if you look through the staff report, there are comments about the capacity of those current streets, which I've put on this slide. And so those streets are well below their maximum operating capacities. Our impacts as part of this development to those roads will be negligible. Encourage compatible infill development and redevelopment of vacant and underutilized properties. So this is definitely an infill development, and it's compatible with the comprehensive plan, as we've demonstrated, as well as with the surrounding neighborhoods of R1 and R1S. Encourage annexation of county islands. This is the very definition of county infill. I think we get to look at developing this piece of land without any extension of city infrastructure to reach it. And then, does the proposed zoning district create demonstrable adverse impacts? We'll serve letters from the water district, from the city for the sewer. We've coordinated with the Vista, and you saw the list of other agencies that the city has reached out to without any kind of negative comment. So I feel like we definitely meet the annexation decision criteria with the proposal we're bringing forward, but I am happy to stand here before you and answer your questions. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
I have just one question. I want to make sure that I understood this correctly. In the picture that you showed, it was on your slide number 9, the sidewalk is going to connect from the east side all the way around the corner to the north side, finishing that sidewalk, right? So we'll have connectivity all the way around that area?
Right, so on Chase Avenue, it's going to be like that 10-foot wide asphalt multi-use path. And then as we kind of make the turn onto Fisher, it becomes your standard concrete sidewalk, but it will result in a continuous pedestrian route.
Awesome. I like that. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you. All right. Public testimony?
We have none, sir.
I sent a letter and it didn't get published, so I'm disappointed.
Okay, hold on just a second. And speak, we'll get you to fill this out afterwards.
All right, name for the record?
My name is Frank Pratt, and I'm the Homeowners Association for the association to the south of this development. We currently own the emergency access property and pay taxes on that. There has been some discussion that that will become a pathway. Nobody has approached us as to either purchasing that or asking us if we want to allow that to happen, or whether we want to just turn that into a parking lot. So we are somewhat disappointed by the less than candor about what's going on, because we don't feel that we've been included in the discussion, even though we've sent letters and have asked to be. So I'm disappointed tonight that this is going to go through until we get this solved.
So you're saying your HOA owns that parcel
We
with
own the parcel that says emergency access.
with the access?
We pay taxes on it to the county.
Okay.
Okay? And so we're not against that becoming a sidewalk and something, but in turn, we would like to have some kind of a traffic calming device put in the center of Coleman Street so that traffic doesn't speed up and down like it does on Chase and on the others. And then as I noticed over here, they left off the Grange portion of traffic, even though Grange seems to be having more traffic than they had anticipated. And so we're concerned with the amount of traffic and the cut through that will happen. So we would appreciate having a traffic device put in there somehow. And somehow we need to have a discussion as to how that piece of property is going to be used. Okay?
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, and if the applicant would like to come address that point?
And if you could, let me know, what is this emergency access we keep hearing about?
I'm sorry.
Looks like a dirt lot to me.
It's a 20-foot gravel road that was provided at the request of the city when the development was put in the first time.
So again, Merle Van Houten, applicant's representative. The area in question is here, which is currently an emergency vehicle access. However, I'm here tonight before you to request annexation of this piece. I feel like what we just heard, the comments we just heard, are valid concerns, but I don't know if it really the annexation request is the right place for them. If I know Mr. Paulus is here and he and I have had discussions on this particular piece, if he wants to discuss it as an issue outside of annexation, then that's welcome. But if this is something that you believe will influence the decision whether or not this piece of land belongs in the city, then maybe I could answer the question that you have, that you're in that regard. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So this piece of property that we're talking about now is not in the city?
It is. So this piece of the property that we're talking about is right here. It's a tiny.
No, I understand that part.
Okay.
So it is in the city. Does your client or who you represent own that piece of property?
No.
Okay, so then presumably nothing, even though you're presenting it, you would not be in control of what happens to it, correct?
Right. There's been some coordination between us and the city as to how that develops along with our proposed development, because it's no longer needed as an emergency access.
Sure. But it's just musings because neither the city nor your client own it.
Well, and I could let Mr. Paulus discuss that, but I do believe that there was some form of, rights granted to the city at the time of that plat. And I don't know that I'm the person who should be talking to that.
Gotcha. I guess my point that I'm making is that truly nothing can be done on that based on the presentation that you're giving because your client doesn't own it. So you could put like pedestrian walkway, but it's not a guarantee that that's what you're going to do with that's what it will become because you don't own it.
Right. Yeah. Again, I'll let Mr. Paulus talk to it if you'd like, but yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. When the North Chase Place originally went in, the city of Post Falls acquired with that plat, instead of having a temporary cul-de-sac at the end of Coleman Street, we acquired an easement which was for emergency access and public access as well, and that was to allow for the eventual placement of that trail. Now, the trail is a tract that's owned by the adjoining property, but since we have the easement to it, we would be removing the emergency access so that vehicles cannot utilize that to get between Chase and Coleman Street, and then it would be redeveloped, and we would be working with the homeowners association. I have talked with Mr. Pratt, I forget how long ago, but we met out in the field and discussed it. The problem of moving forward is until it's annexed and then we get into the full design process with the engineer on the project, it's not worth having additional conversations. So once we know whether or not this project's going to be moving forward, then we can have more discussion with Mr. Van Houten, then we can have that conversation with the HOA as well.
But when you say it's annexed, the antecedent to the word "it" is the project, not the emergency access property, correct? Because that is already annexed into the city.
Correct. It's already annexed into the city.
Okay.
And then typically, what is the process for something like that? Is it deeded to the city or?
Well, the tract is deeded to the HOA, but the city.
I mean the emergency access.
But the emergency access has an easement to the city, so the city has some control over that emergency access and the public use for a trail for the public access purposes as well.
So would the HOA then deed that to the city so they're no longer responsible for that property, or?
Normally what we do, and there's a number of locations around town where the HOA continues to maintain their tract, and that there is a public use easement which has the sidewalk facility or other pedestrian facilities in there.
I think this is pretty standard for having easements like this, right?
It is.
Yeah. And it's not technically germane to the question of annexation because we're just determining whether the parcel belongs in the city tonight, and then platting and layout is the next step.
That is correct.
Right.
I just want to try to Mr. Pratt's point, like, we're not approving that their private property be developed, and that's not really on the table. So I just want to make sure.
At this point.
At this point.
This is, if I'm understanding correctly, it's no different than the swale and sidewalk in front of my house. I technically own it and pay taxes on it, but it's got city right of way, and I'm technically responsible for maintaining it anyway. So this is no different than that, correct?
For the most part, that is correct, yes.
And Mr. Pratt, your letter is in our official packet. I just want to let you know that there's there.
What we're trying to understand is where is the paperwork that says that the city has the right of way to do that? Because we looked through the county records and find nothing.
I think if you connect with our city staff after the meeting, we can help you find that. So, thank you. All right, we've had the comments and the rebuttal, so I will close the public hearing, and we can walk through the questions.
Well, while we get that pulled up, excuse me, is the annexation in the best interest of the city?
I would say yes. It's infill, fills a county pocket. It would greatly improve both vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. It's a literal continuation of existing development. I think it makes sense.
Same reasons I agree.
Likewise.
Also would like to reiterate, as we've spoken about before, annexation for the sake of annexation is not something that we would generally consider. This is one that is particularly fitting because it is a kind of a county island. It doesn't increase the footprint of the city of Post Falls, but it does provide a lot of connectivity in our services, so I think it's perfect.
And provides housing without growing our footprint, which is nice.
Same, yeah.
So seeing sort of unanimity, moving on to the review and approval criteria for the zoning. Is the proposed zoning district consistent with the future land use map and focus area contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd say yes. I think it's already been discussed that that area is targeted for residential and R1 is consistent.
And I believe Councilor Mosby, you talked about some trail connectivity and continuation of.
Yes, and I think increasing pedestrian connectivity, especially along the eastern and northern sides of the proposed parcel to be annexed. I believe that was another item contributed to by this particular requested R1 designation.
And the Central Prairie focus area in this particular parcel particularly specifically calls out for single-family housing, so it checks that box.
And I'm sorry, Councilor Mosby, I was getting ahead of myself on the question on the zoning district, so sorry. So question 2, is the proposed zoning district consistent with the goals and policies contained in the currently adopted comprehensive plan that are relevant to the area under consideration? That's where I was getting to the pedestrian connectivity, so I apologize.
Thank you. And well then, teeing off of that, then for the reasons I just described, yes, I would say yes. I think in Post Falls, getting to goal number 1, growing and sustaining a balanced, resilient economy and providing prosperity and fiscal health. I think that the R1 single-family homes are in really high demand, and continuing to contribute to that supply, especially in a situation where we're not increasing a whole lot of burden on our services, is consistent with review criteria number 2.
And certainly when you consider that that land is already benefiting from the services, that they're just not paying into the tax base, it makes total sense. It's completely consistent.
But also state priority 9, priority given to the areas surrounded by incorporated areas and that have readily available services and infrastructure for capacity.
Great, thank you. 3, does the proposed zoning district create a demonstrable adverse impact upon the delivery of services by any political subdivision providing services within the city?
None were noted by any of the agencies routed.
It should be noted that both the fire district and our public school district request levies on the ballot due to not having the funding for the current amount of services that they provide. So I appreciate that they don't report it, but as I bring up every time, it seems like a logical inconsistency to me.
All right, with that, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the North Chase Place annexation ANNX-25-8, and that it be assigned the zoning designation of R1.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion?
I just want to say one thing, just as a look counter to what Councilor Stigleiter stated. If these other entities thought that their levies were directly tied to any of these particular developments, they have the opportunity to speak. We give them the opportunity, and they chose not to. So I think that they would impliedly disagree with you that the levy is not directly connected to providing more services to this particular annexation.
I'm sure they would, and if only I could take people's, what they say over their actions as being solid. So here we are.
All right, roll call, please.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleiter.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up is our second public hearing, the Fisher Lift Station annexation. I'll open the public hearing.
right, good evening, Mayor Westland, Council President Malloy, and members of City Council. John Manley, Planning Manager, introducing the staff report for the Fisher Lift Station Annexation. File number ANX 26-1. So here, the applicant and owner is the City of Post Falls. That's kind of why we're here. But you're being asked to approve the annexation of approximately 0.51 acres with a zoning designation of single-family residential R1 zoning, and this is with the intent to facilitate the relocation of the Fisher Lift Station so it can be properly sized. Location, as you see this, is right here in the hatch on the northwest corner of Howe and Fisher. Looking at some of the surrounding zoning, you see just off to the east within the city of Howe Road on the northeast corner, that mustard colored, that's the R1, and the lighter color is the R1S. I think you've seen those in the last public hearing. You can notice to the east, though, of how those lot sizes are very similar to R1, even though they are R1S. So looking at this, the East Green Acres Irrigation District would be the water provider. The land is currently vacant, undeveloped over the Rathrum Prairie Aquifer. As cited, this is planned for a lift station. Fisher Avenue is a minor collector, and Howe Road is a local roadway. Here are the 3 review criteria. The next slides will pretty much cover the first 2. I'm not going to have all the goals and policies that are in your staff report, but I will cover a few. You see here, it is in a transitional area. That's the blue for the future land use, and that points us to looking at the focus area and kind of what does it state to help provide guidance on these kind of requests. So we're looking at the Central Prairie focus area, and you can see the dot and kind of the project location. So looking at the Central Prairie, I kind of bolded a part that may be applicable. Future growth should support a mix of housing types and land uses to maintain quality standards and emphasize pedestrian connections, trails, nearby amenities. Prairie Avenue's role in key east-west corridor may also attract commercial development. So this request isn't directly tied to this bold, but there is an indirect correlation to which I will speak to. So, and then on following suit of that, grow and sustain a balanced, resilient economy for Post Falls, providing community prosperity and fiscal health. And then you see here on policy 2, looking at future land use, compatibility, infrastructure, and service plans, which is directly tied to the request. Looking at goal 7, plan for and establish types of quantities of land uses for Post Falls, supporting community needs and long-term sustainability. And I cited a couple that policies that may be considered applicable, looking at future housing needs, helping serve all residents, and plan for private and public utilities, and that's what's policy 40. So where this comes into play and how those goals and policies could be considered correlative is here's the current planned line for you to see the sewer line, and the location is right here at that black star. So Public Works was able to locate a site in a really good location to help facilitate the expansion of that facility up there. In the comprehensive plan, it does talk about services that may go along Prairie Avenue. We do know that Prairie Avenue more than likely will be widened in the nearer term. And so with that, you more than likely will get land use actions before you. The area that's in the elliptical, there is a sewer study to look at what's the plausibility for portions of that to gravity flow and tap into some of this as well. So by expanding this, it does indirectly assist meeting some of those cited goals and policies. Any questions for me at this point? Okay. So then the last one is, does the proposed zoning district create any adverse impact? We sent the notices out. Here's where you see here the agencies. There was, of the agencies that responded, really no concerns with the proposed request. And that kind of wraps that up.
May I ask, is this the normal zoning for a lift station, or when we put a lift station in, do we just like, it can be put in any zone? It
Correct.
Doesn't really matter.
It's the latter. We kind of look through public facilities, and in our land use table, we kind of make sure those things can be done in all zones.
Okay, and so then we just kind of need a zone that's matching for the rest of the area. So like if it was like in a more industrial part of town, we would put it as an industrial zone?
Yeah, more than likely would
Okay.
pick something.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Do we have any public testimony on this one?
We do not.
All right, so nothing to rebut. I'll close the public hearing. We can walk through the questions.
Is the annexation of the property in the best interests of the city?
Yes, it obviously bounds the city. There will be road improvements with the added easement, and it assures that everybody's toilet in the area continues to flush and go someplace sanitary, so I'm all about it.
I think we do have an interest in making sure that the sewage travels in the right direction, so, yes.
All right. Is the proposed zoning district consistent with the future land use map and focus area contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan?
Even though there is no plan to build any homes on it, R1 designation is consistent with the future land use map.
And the focus area?
Yeah.
The focus area also calls for emphasis on R1 in this area, and there will be improved vehicular and pedestrian connectivity as well.
Right. Is the proposed zoning district consistent with the goals and policies contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan that are relevant to the area under consideration?
I would say yes. I think goals 7 and 12 and policies 1 and 2 are all supported by adding a lift station. I think it contributes to the quality of services that we're providing, reduces the load on perhaps other lift stations, and strategically locates this one where there possibly could be other new development.
All right, and does the proposed zoning district create a demonstrable adverse impact upon the delivery of services by any political subdivision providing public services within the city?
Quite the opposite.
None were noted by the agencies routed, and
And I have no rebuttal.
it doesn't
Yeah,
affect the school district.
No, I'm out.
Thank you.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the Fisher Lift Station Annexation ANNX-26-1, and that it be assigned the R1 zoning designation.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Our third public hearing, Public Works Annexation. We'll open the public hearing.
All right, yes, Public Works Annexation, file number ANX 262. Once again, the City of Post Falls is the owner and applicant. This time, though, we're looking at a request for industrial zoning on approximately 16.04 acres. And it's cited here that about 1.5 acres, that is just right-of-way for the West Hargrave right-of-way area. And the intent is to facilitate a public works facility and a park site. So here you see here in this time it's a black hash box, and you do see this right-of-way kind of extend further east to North Corbin. That does end, though, on the west side of Corbin Road. That's important because it prevents the request or ask of anything on the east side of Corbin for annexing, as it would be considered a leapfrogging or shoestring type thing, shooting that right-of-way out. So it doesn't change anything as far as the properties to the east and south would have still been eligible to request as they'd been adjacent. That being said, there is no real sewer and water nearby for these guys at this time, or city services. Looking at surrounding zoning, you see here off to the west, the mostly undeveloped area that's in the city. It's already zoned industrial. Hence, that was one of the reasons why industrial was utilized. We did look at requesting public reserve. The public reserve calls out a minimum of 20 acres, and this is 15 acres, so it didn't quite meet that ask for a public reserve. So we went with kind of like the previous, what is in the area surrounding and what kind of fits within the focus area and in the comprehensive plan. Everything to the north, east, and south are all county properties, large lot. I submitted this into your packet. I wasn't really want to go into detail, but wanted you to look and have the ability to see what kind of uses are allowed or not allowed in industrial. Same with retail, kind of what's allowed either through a special use permit or permitted outright, office other, and in industrial outright. Do you guys have any questions on this aspect of it? All right. So water provider for this is the East Green Acres Irrigation. Land is vacant, undeveloped over the Western Prairie Aquifer. City of Post Falls wastewater, as I cited, doesn't have anything available at this time. If development happened prior, it could require a septic system. Traffic, Corbin Road is a major collector and Hargrave is a local roadway connecting Pleasant View Road, which is a minor arterial. The next few slides, just like the last one, I'll go over the first two, the future land use map and focus area and the goals and policies and the compatibility with the request. You see here in the future land use, this is the business commercial area. I've cited out here where the proposed park site would be and the public works site. In this, you don't see a direct nexus between the implementing zones because industrial is not cited, but that was the purpose of our comprehensive plan going to the focus areas is sometimes not everything fits 100% and you want to allow the opportunity when the request is correct to be able to maybe approve something different. Such is the case, and this is in the West Prairie focus area. So in the West Prairie focus area, it specifically calls out that a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial uses are envisioned between Corbin Road and Pleasant View, and that's where this lies. And that's where that consistency with that industrial ask kind of falls in suit. Looking at the goals and policies, grow and sustain a balanced, resilient economy, providing community prosperity and fiscal health, that's goal 1. And where this kind of, I would say, would align with in policy 2 mostly is with that infrastructure and service plans. Going into goal 7, plan for and establish types of quantities of land uses in Post Falls, supporting communities' long-term needs. Cited 2 policies here. Plan for and protect transportation corridors and preserve encroachments so that Hargrave, getting that all the way out, does allow the opportunity, once it's all in the city, for that to be improved and connect those 2 corridors with urban improvements within the right-of-way. 38, planned new development to ensure provision for public service and the current level of service. So by getting that public works site or the parks site at that location would help both those 2 divisions meet some community needs. One maybe before the other, but the park site, if and when the city grows that way, they would have that location. And when the public services need that to meet whatever needs, they would have that site as well. And that ties into the policy 60 and policy 63. Both those are tied to the parks. And as you can see here, policy 60, acquiring parkland to meet their level of service, and policy 63, making sure that there's some logical extension for them meeting their future or current park needs. Here's an example here. They do a half-mile radius buffer. So by purchasing the property ahead of time, they can now look and plan for gaps of services that they may to expand their services with impact fees. Any questions at this point for me or any other department?
I have a question about sewer. Would that be appropriate?
I may quickly punt to somebody else, but yeah.
I mean, we already own the property, but by annexing it in, and when you say if sewer is not available by the time of development, like when a private owner purchases a property and wants to develop it, it's kind of their responsibility to build out the sewer to that point generally, right? If they need to use it, even like down Pleasant View. We're in no way, by annexing this, stating that the city intends to build sewer like all the way down Pleasant View up to this point, right?
That is correct.
Okay,
and with
thanks.
talking with the Public Works Department, it's conceivable that if the need is there for the city, that we could coordinate and put in, because of the staffing there, a sanitary, a septic system from an interim until we can get sewer up that way.
Gotcha. I just want to be clear that the city is not committing to like footing the bill for building all of the sewer all the way down Pleasant View to get here, so. Or wherever it would come from. I assume Pleasant View, but I guess I could be wrong about that.
Piggybacking off of your answer, I'm sorry. No, you go ahead. Oh, thanks. Piggybacking off of your answer, if one of the intentions here is to acquire land for a park, how would putting in a septic system impact the utilization of that parcel for a park?
I may not, I mean, I know if you have a septic system for the public works site, I mean, if you had an active park out there, I mean, there are parks with restrooms, maybe there's a way to work the two together. At this point in time, I did talk with the parks director. There's no plan for that park at this time. That's more or less land banking for, at some time, there's future needs. You know, we did have some annexations to the south. Through time, you're more than likely gonna see additional requests marching this direction. And so at that point in time, there'll probably be more of a refined plan on how they would deal with that aspect.
Further questions?
All right.
We have any public testimony?
We do not.
All right, so nothing to rebut. I'll close the public hearing. We'll walk through the questions.
Is the annexation of the property in the best interests of the city?
I would say yes. It's not exactly a county pocket out there, but it is largely surrounded by city nearby. It's intent for a expansion of public services for the city of Post Falls, which is a benefit to the city, so I would say yes.
I agree. I think the main benefit doesn't lie necessarily in like where the city lines are drawn. It is in the better service for the residents of Post Falls.
Just as far as head nods for unanimity.
Agreed.
Okay. Moving on, is the proposed zoning district consistent with the future land use map and focus area contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan?
I would say yes. Both the future land use map and focus area contemplate industrial or business and commercial uses. While where this parcel isn't, the industrial zoning isn't explicitly called out, the known purpose of this property is very much fits in the business commercial type use, and those are permitted within the industrial zone, so it all seems appropriate to me.
Definitely fits with the utilitarian and industrial focus of that area, so yes.
Is the proposed zoning district consistent with the goals and policies contained in the currently adopted Post Falls Comprehensive Plan that are relevant to the area under consideration?
It's a West Prairie focus area to provide a variety of general service. I think this could be classified as a general service.
Parks.
Potential future park.
I can work with that.
Yep, perfect, great.
All right, does the proposed zoning district create a demonstrable adverse impact upon the delivery of services by any political subdivision providing services within the city?
None were noted by any of the agencies routed, and the school district is
And it
off.
doesn't affect school district or KCFR?
And I think Post Falls Highway District even expressly commented that it would be beneficial.
Thank you.
All right. I would entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the Public Works Annexation ANNX-26-2, and that it be assigned the industrial zoning designation.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Luca?
Aye.
Stigleader?
Aye.
Malloy?
Aye.
Ziegler?
Aye.
Mosby?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. We are on to unfinished business. First up is Public Works Operations Center scope modifications.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm John Beecham, Public Works Director. This is sort of a two-part presentation. So my first presentation is to talk about the Public Works Operations Center sort of at large, where we're going with it, the scope of what we want to build. And then pending the direction of that, we may have a second item for scope modifications for our consultant that sort of reflect what we talked about in this first item. I will note we have a lot of discussion about the Public Works Ops Center tonight between John's presentation on the public hearing and mine. That was not intentional. We rescheduled both of them and accidentally landed on this meeting, so it worked out well. I have an overview. Basically, I'm going to go through the history of this first, and then especially for some of the newer council members, and then talk about what we're looking at specifically. So Public Works facilities consist of water, the admin support for all of our groups, the streets department, and the fleet department. It also includes the water reclamation facility and facilities. Those aren't really pertinent to this conversation exactly. All of these are housed at the water reclamation facility currently. Water and streets were previously housed at what is now the Parks facility on 3rd Avenue by Black Bay Park. And then they were relocated when the water reclamation facility bought the old Post Falls Mazda dealership, which made some acreage available for the city at that time. It was owned, still is owned by the water reclamation facility, but it was used by these entities in the interim until such time as the facility needed to expand to get that way. So that's how we came to have everything located on one site. That site was purchased with water reclamation funds, though. I will note this presentation focuses a lot on projections and where we're going. A question was asked to me by Councilwoman Stigliter earlier. What is the status of these current facilities? The water shop's in pretty good shape. The water admin offices are in okay shape. The streets division operates out of a hodgepodge of shops and old Mazda dealership buildings that were never made for a streets department. They work okay. They don't work well. And the fleet department operates out of, so we operate maintaining dump trucks out of a former Mazda dealership, so they're different. We do have a pole building that was built on the side of the old Mazda shop that kind of facilitates, it does facilitate working on dump trucks well. It's just a pole building that isn't as large as we might want down the road. So trying to preemptively answer your question. Thank you for asking it. So the situation at the water reclamation facility looks like this. This is our an overview of the future plans for that facility with an aerial image. So everything that's built, you can see our clarifiers here and oxidation ditches, that sort of thing. Those things exist today. Everything that's a solid box is projected to exist within the next 20 years, and everything that is a dashed box is projected to exist within the 50 or so year horizon that they were looking at for planning purposes, or that our consultants were looking at. As you can see, some of these boxes overlay the streets and fleet divisions down here in the bottom right of this drawing. This is also where we are going to do construction staging for all of the solid boxes. So many of these tanks are 10, 15, 20 feet deep into the ground. When you dig that tank out to put it in, you have to put all that dirt somewhere, you have to put all the equipment somewhere. So having space on site saves us literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in construction costs with each project, because the contractor doesn't have to haul that soil somewhere else. So this is just bubbles of where everything is located. These slides are pretty quick, but this is what the facility looked like in 2005. You can see this was the Mazda dealership at that time. In 2015, the site expanded. This is now street and fleet. You can also see our facility expanded. Now maybe it's half the site. And then most recently in 2025, our facility expanded. Our generators are over here. We're all the way to the street and fleet facility with this most recent expansion. So the proposed solution to this was a property purchase. You guys know about this. This is the annexation we just did. But in 2021, the city purchased 15 acres, approximately 10 of which were slated for a future public works operations center to give street fleet and the water department somewhere to go off-site so that real estate at the water reclamation facility can be used for its original intended purpose. Where we've been with that effort is that a design contract was awarded by City Council in 2025 for a starter facility. At the time, the funding we had available let us build something that would be about $8 million of a construction bid. We developed the site. That is not in a small portion of the cost. It's about a third of the cost, actually. We would build a site that was planned to be expanded later. What that really means is we would be building a site that we knew we needed to expand right away, because as soon as money came available, we had needs to relocate there. And we would build a road in one direction, either to Pleasant View or to Corbin Road, but not both. So in exploring what that looks like through the design process, through conversations with our staff, one of the questions asked at the time the design contract was awarded is, what do staff think about this? We've had a lot of conversations with staff in the intervening months. So what that would look like for a starter facility is there's plenty of opportunity to relocate water operations. That works well. Streets operations would essentially be still halfway at the water reclamation facility and halfway at the new facility. That, in terms of daily operations, would not work very well. You'd have your science crew, for example, report either to the ops center and then report to the science shop to do their work and then report back, or they just go to the science shop, but they wouldn't be connected to the rest of their crew that's doing other work. That's a simple example. Storing vehicles is the same thing. If we don't have space to move the vehicles, we're going to leave half of them here, so you're shuttling back and forth. Office space would be limited. We could build the admin facilities for perhaps the people we have on staff today, perhaps not all of them. And as a result, if we hired a new office person, there's nowhere for them to go. And crew space would be developed. So that was one of the sort of core features we were looking at, getting a break room and a modern restroom facility for our street staff, so that and water staff as well. Their facilities, okay. Street staff, not so much right now. That was a key feature for us, is getting someplace that they can come and have that support space they need when they're coming back for lunch, for example, or in between jobs. That is also difficult to expand later. If you make a break room so big, it's difficult to add on to that in the same way it is to add on offices. So that was prioritized in that starter facility. Ultimately, what we found, though, is this was creating more issues than it was solving. We were halfway solving some of the problems. It was a true starter facility in that it didn't get you to the answer you're looking for. And in terms of the road, there's either limited site access. If we built a Corbin Road, it turns out that is not a road. The Highway District says they have road restrictions on that in the springtime, so we couldn't use it all year round. If we go to Pleasant View only, we would need to have more lanes added to Pleasant View to facilitate turning. If we do both directions, it actually works better most times of the year. So.
Can I pause and just ask?
Absolutely.
With what is the need for the water department to relocate away from the water treatment facility?
That is a great question. I'm going to go back to my bubble map here for a second. So currently, the water department operates out of the shared space with the water reclamation facility. They've got a 6-bay shop here in the southwest of the facility, and then a shared office space. And there is an existing need for both more shop space and more office space for the water reclamation facility. So the benefit to them is, rather than build a new facility, they just take over the existing shop and office space. The water department could really live anywhere. They're pretty, they don't have a facility, a treatment facility like this, so they just need to shop in an office to operate out of. This space was jointly purchased. Water and wastewater went halves on building it back in the day, but the land was purchased with water reclamation facility money. Does that answer your question? More details would be helpful. Great. So we explored with our architect and their sub-consultants what it would look like to build a facility that does meet today's needs, that would have daily streets operations all focused out of this facility, specifically moving the sign shop there and having the storage space so we can move all of the equipment. Full utilities and water relocation was built in, including some space for planned utility staff that would come on board in the next few years is an add to this. We have a moderate allocation for growth. I think there's a slide in a minute that looks at about four offices slated for growth and a little bit of space in the shop. We're not overbuilding this by any means. I would say 10% is actually probably on the skinny side for growth. 10% growth for the city is like 2 years. 10% growth for city staff is quite a bit longer. This does include the road all the way from Pleasant View to Corbin. And like I said, in doing that, we don't need to make improvements to Pleasant View Road in terms of adding turn lanes to it, because we'd primarily use Corbin except when the road restrictions are on. It also incorporates a backup generator. This wasn't something that we had in the original estimate, but as public works operations are typically most important when there are storms and things like that, we thought it made sense to be able to operate this facility even if there's a power outage. So when I say this design, we've gone down the road of designing this facility with the architects so that we could get a better cost estimate and bring this information to you to hopefully make a decision to where we go with here. So here are some examples of what this looks like. We've got our admin facility down here at the south of the building pad. When I say admin facility, that's largely break space. It does have offices for public works, and I'll get to that in a second. And then we've got a large shop space to the north. We would build this covered parking structure, but all these other dashed lines are future things that would get built at some other time. There's a floor plan. What I really wanted to show here is kind of the allocation. You've got a water shop, a streets shop. This is the crew support space, locker room, break room, that sort of thing. And these are the offices that would go in there. The gold offices are the 4 future offices I mentioned. I should note this is still a little bit in flux. It's not fully designed, so if you see a name on here, don't assume that's where you'll find that person in 10 years. Here's a rendering. It is not built yet. This is just a generated rendering. The architects also wanted me to point out that just because it looks nice doesn't mean it's expensive in terms of construction materials and that sort of thing. He said, if we start from the beginning designing it to look good, it can do that at a similar budget to what it would look like to build something that is just metal siding and a simple building. So again, break space, fairly simple, but also a nice place for crews to come in and rest between snow plowing operations, that sort of thing.
Mr. Beecham, how
Yes.
many people will be in this building? Sorry, as we're looking at like the pictures of.
I should know that number exactly. It's around 50.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's helpful.
So, pretty pictures. Now we can talk about the money side of this. Before we talk about the cost, I wanted to talk a little bit about what's changed on the financial picture of how we're funding these facilities. So this facility as well as other facilities in our facilities master plan. At the end of fiscal year 25, there were fund balances that roll over per policy into 2 different accounts. They roll into this facilities account. They also roll into our vehicle replacement account. So all told, that was $5 million that rolled into the 2 accounts, split evenly, so $2.5 million into each account. That is not something that's anticipated. That's when there are budget funds that aren't utilized, they go into this sort of savings accounts. So when I say not in the financial model, that's because it wasn't anticipated. It is in the financial model now. There was also a budgeted $4 million transfer from the vehicle replacement fund into the facilities fund. That was just to more properly allocate one-time funds to where the needs were. And again, that was discussed with council during the budget process. One other thing that came at the last council meeting, I believe, our Celtice Way rehabilitation project came in significantly under bid, like $5 million under on a $10 million bid. Not all of that is general fund money, but there's at least $1 million in expenses that will not be experienced by the general fund as a result of that.
Are we sure that we wouldn't be subject to any cost overrun or whatever? Like it's just that contract as you will, as I recall, as you will do this, there's only this much contingency and you have to perform to that. It's not like if we spend this million that we could end up coming back for another million.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken. Just because the bid came in lower doesn't mean we automatically get it exactly for that dollar figure. When I said there's at least $1 million of savings, I've taken some, there's on paper right now more than $1 million of savings, even accounting for contingencies and things like that. I think we still see that $1 million. So talking about the information we have on the financial for what it would cost to build the facility, kind of as the architect has laid it out, they have a third-party cost estimator who ran through the plans and came out with a $13.2 million bid estimate. So that includes everything in the bid package, which outlined here in these bullet points. It does not include paying the architect, putting furniture in, putting gates on, all the little things that go with building a new facility. If we account for all of those, and we have a pretty good list of what that should look like at this point, the total would come up to, would increase to $15.9 million. So we take, here's a summary of how that would break out. One number to pay attention to here is the general fund number. This is sort of the most sensitive piece of this project. There's a little bit more flexibility in the water and wastewater capital budgets to meet the needs of this project. On the general fund, we definitely have a sort of a hard limit of what cash is even available, let alone what cash we want to prioritize for this.
Can I connect the dots really fast from the money that you were previously talking about? So when you say that there's an extra 2.5 and 1 and 4 that were transferred, we would see those numbers reflected in the general fund, given this.
That is correct. That was all talking about the general fund. That was not talking about water, wastewater.
And just in looking at the two scenarios, you have feasibility and recommended design. Is that feasibility, is that the starter facility you were talking about earlier?
That was the starter facility.
Okay.
As priced out in the feasibility study that came before that. So that's the nomenclature there. Feasibility, starter facility are that $8 million bid project that we're trying to build. This recommended design is kind of what we think would meet the operational needs of today.
Thank you.
So I plugged both the new revenues and I should say the new money in the facilities fund. So this doesn't account for any of the new revenue that came from Celtice Way or for the vehicle replacement fund at this point. This is just the facilities fund with the updated fund balance after that $2.5 million transfer. What this shows is the facilities fund has available cash to fund this project as well as the other projects that are in that plan. And I have those on this next slide. Those specifically include a police department expansion coming up next year for $13 million, Parks office expansion at their Black Bay facility coming up in 29, and then City Hall remodels and in 2030. It does assume continued funding out of the general fund, so we've been allocating an amount of funding each year out of the general fund. The facilities plan has us increasing that $120,000 per year just to try to build up that facilities fund to build the necessary projects. So I can go back to this, but the punchline is with those projects in there, with the new fund balances, the project still does pencil. We're not going negative here. We still have some funds in reserve for contingencies, that sort of thing. So we can handle this conversation a couple of different ways. The recommendation from staff would be to proceed with this sort of the recommended design nomenclature. Doing that lets us build a facility that works today, so we're not building half a facility and promising ourselves that we'll come back and build it again in 5 years. The other thing it does is it lets us utilize cash we have available today rather than trying to figure out how to get enough cash in the future to pay escalated construction pricing. So if we waited, what the facilities model will tell us is we will pay, it's in your staff report, I don't have a slide on it, but millions of dollars more in construction costs because of delaying. We will get the same facility. It'll just be more expensive down the road and with more cash required. The other thing I would point out is there are some funding, some truing up of funding that we should probably do that helps the financial picture and isn't in the model yet. One of those is when the property was purchased, it was purchased only out of the general fund. We think it makes sense to have the water and wastewater utilities sort of buy into that property. That's about $350,000. It doesn't buy you a $13.8 million facility, but it's one more piece of the pie. It's also possible we could reallocate a piece of the Southeast Way savings, and then I will throw this out here just so that it is, so you can kind of see where the facility function versus cost lands. One thing we could do to decrease the cost of the facility is build about 2/3 of what's shown here for a street shop. That would save us about $250,000, but it also requires us to start storing equipment off-site during the winter. So we would need to find a place to store our paint truck off-site as the immediate outcome of that. So we're saving $250,000. We're also creating a future liability in that we have to find that site. So what I would propose is I'll talk a little bit about the fleet option, and then we can sort of talk through these decisions one piece at a time. And if we decide no at the very beginning, then we don't have to talk about the rest of it. So is that an okay way to proceed?
Can I ask one? Oh, sorry, do you have a question before you go?
Thumbs up.
Oh. The Mazda dealership land that it currently houses streets and fleets, right? What money was that purchased with? Was that purchased with wastewater funds or
Yes.
with general?
With wastewater funds.
With wastewater funds, so it technically already belongs to them.
It does belong to them.
Okay.
There is a lease payment of about $80,000 a year that is paid from the general fund to the water reclamation facility
Okay.
for that site.
And we have then, kind of like looking back at the wastewater reclamation fund, we have losing that revenue built into how we increase our, I don't want to say increase our prices, that's not what I mean, but into our operations to lose that.
I do not think losing that revenue will be a significant impact to the water reclamation
Oh,
facility.
800,000 is a big number to me, but it's
80,000.
Oh, 80,000. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
So can I ask, is there, we know that there's efficiencies that you've discussed already, but are there operational, not construction, but operational efficiencies that have a dollar impact, budget impact, by not having people drive from one end of the city to the other, or, or service level changes that would be realized by having people report to the same building at the same time, et cetera?
Yes, I would say they're difficult to quantify.
Sure.
But they're absolutely would be that. So let me pull up that floor plan for a second. So one thing we would have right now is we'd have our water division and our streets division right next to each other. So those folks would be interacting on a daily basis. The number of times they surprise each other with things in the field, even despite our best efforts at communication, is higher than I'd like it to be. This would help to reduce that. Having all of our streets folks working out of the same facility, having the sign shop here in the shop, right next to where we have dump trucks parked and folks coming and going doing paving operations, would prevent needing to have half the crew go back to the water reclamation facility to build signs, to do paint striping operations, come back here and get more information or confer with the supervisory team, that sort of thing.
You
So
say
we're-
about
we're-
how often does that happen now, where they would have to drive back and forth, and it's like
I would hazard a guess a couple
daily,
of times.
weekly, monthly, or
Daily for sure.
Daily, okay.
Probably multiple
So-
times a day.
So even once with a 15-minute drive each way, that's 30 minutes of staff time that for
Correct.
each staff member that's going that way, in addition to fuel and all that. So there are some efficiencies. Does it add up to another $4 million? Probably not, but based on that, I would just, in the interest of time, as we have a full agenda, I would just say I'm in favor of ripping the Band-Aid off and doing it all right now. I think there are construction efficiencies and operational efficiencies, and so rather than go through each scenario, whereas I think it's very practical to do this, unless there's objection from any of the other members, I think could we just say yes, we're all in favor of doing, if we're in favor of the project at all, we're in favor of doing it all at once.
I would say yes. I think the old adage holds true. I think buy once, cry once. We know this is needed. We know it's going to be important. And we know that if we're going to end up doing it anyway in the long run, it's already going to be more costly, as you've already described. So I would agree with you on that.
Wait, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is there not a third option that we have to talk about that's greater than 15 million?
I was intending to talk about the fleet portion of it, and I was going to ask a clarifying question if you meant to include the fleet shop with that. That is another, or call it approximately $3 million. It adds 100 by 100 foot fleet shop on the north end of this facility. I have slides on this too. I just don't want to, if you don't want me to go through them, I will not. So,
You mean the Reader's Digest version? Like, why would we do it? What's the impact? And then maybe we can cut some slides out. I mean,
Sure.
I'm not in a hurry to spend, millions of dollars. I think there's a practical reason. The city is growing. We have facilities spread all over the place, and we're wasting time and money and operational efficiency by driving around and trying to coordinate this by sandwiching into the facilities that we have. If we can consolidate that, then, yeah. So what's the short version of putting fleet there as well?
you summarized it really well. We would have fleet right next to streets. Streets is probably fleet's biggest customer. So troubleshooting a dump truck, you walk over and look at it instead of driving it down 3 miles away. If there's a broken loader, you're not loading it on a trailer to get it somewhere. You're walking across the site to look at it. I think that's the biggest operational efficiency. As I mentioned, the fleet facility is not great right now, so this would improve that. It puts most of the Public Works Operations divisions under one roof, which just helps with consistency of communication. This is probably the biggest reason not to do it. It would move the project cost to $18.7 million total. That does, without adding some money to the facilities fund, that does, in a couple of years, cause us to not have enough cash. So we would need to move at least $1.5 million from something else to the facilities fund in order to continue funding this project and the other projects we have slated.
Do you have a suggestion for what we would be defunding?
Yes, I would say it a little bit differently, but
Fair enough.
The Southeast Way project is probably a great example. I think that is money that could go to a future streets project. I think this, in essence, is a future streets project, so it makes sense to move that there. That's, like I said, it's at least $1 million. I think perhaps, definitely would recommend utilities buy in to the property, so that's $350,000. And then I would say vehicle replacement fund perhaps makes up the difference. That fund, I have the balance here
Outside
on
of
this
the
slide.
4 that we already talked
In addition
about.
to the 4, correct.
In addition to the 4, right.
So those would be my recommendations in that
Should
order.
be able to make our vehicles last longer, right?
Yes.
If we take that much out of our vehicle replacement fund, which, if my memory recalls, we were saving very diligently and taking care of our cars very diligently, so we kind of are up in that account, right?
Yeah.
Does the 9.8 allow us to meet the 9.8 is for the expected ending balance. I guess I don't know what the 9.8 is, but if we take 8 out of the vehicle replacement fund, 8 million, will we still be able to meet our like next 5-year replacement goals?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So if we replaced everything exactly when it came due book value, it's $2.1 million a year. It's been less than that because we're not replacing everything exactly on a 7-year schedule or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
So a $9 million balance gets us almost 5 years, even if we don't fund anything out of the general fund, which we should be doing. I would advocate that we do that.
Then to Councilor Luca's point of brevity, I am generally in agreement, which is not my spot on your huge public works facility at Baseline. But could you give me I think you met my other 2 questions that I prefaced you with, I think, before I kind of give my overall thought process on this. Could you tell me in some place where from the feasibility study we have cut something back to help facilitate going more, like on furniture or like on pretty but cheap exterior, somewhere tangible that I could say we're skimming something down to get something better?
So not in the feasibility study because
Okay.
that was literally
So bare bones. Okay.
But the thing I would point at is we wanted to have a meeting space where we could put the Public Works Department in a meeting room and do trainings and
yeah,
that sort of
I remember
thing.
this. Okay.
What we've settled on is the break room is going to be that place. We
Okay.
are going to rearrange tables. We are going to kick people out if they're not part of the meeting, or
Gotcha.
we'll find another space.
Okay.
We are not building 2 60-person rooms in this facility.
Gotcha.
That's an easy example.
Okay. Sanctinasium is what we're going with instead of, right? Is that the idea? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Okay. It's when a Protestant church builds like a gymnasium that's also their sanctuary, sanctinasium.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Never mind. In which case, from your presentation, it sounds like we have a favorable bidding environment, as evidenced by having $1 million extra from our Saltese Way project. And Jackson's not here. Many of the things that Jackson has told us recently. So it is actually a good kind of maybe moment in time to look at doing something bigger than perhaps we originally intended, since we do have kind of this good bidding environment. And it also sounds like there's a significant amount of construction savings that we'll see at the wastewater treatment facility should we choose to move streets and fleets out of that area, and to quote you, hundreds of thousands to potentially $1 million, which is less than the amount of money that we're talking about spending just to move them. And primarily for those 2 reasons, I would be in favor of what you're proposing.
I would also argue we would no longer have to maintain some buildings down at the water reclamation facility now. So that's a savings. And those are old buildings, so they're not cheap to maintain or operate or anything else, and they don't operate very well. I mean, the amount of dollars that we're talking about here is probably going to give me nightmares, even though I support this. But, I think looking long-term as a city is the best thing we can generally do. And long-term, this is going to save a whole bunch of money. And I think, as Councilor Stigliter brought up, right now is a unique moment in time that for the first time in at least a decade, for whatever reason, construction bids are coming in low. I'd hate to miss that opportunity and end up getting burned by paying 100% more even 5 years from now. So
I'm concerned about materials costs because of the price of oil being up so high that maybe we might think that construction costs are going to stay low, but then by the time the bids come in, if oil prices stay up, it affects the price of everything. So we would need to move quickly on that to lock in those prices. Do we have an opportunity to sell any of these buildings that we would be moving out of, or are they all just future expansion?
They're not owned by the general fund, so they're owned by the water reclamation facility. So probably we would move into the fleet shop space. That's the best building that's out there. Probably we demo the dealership and the old dealership shop at some point because it's less expensive than maintaining them, to Councilman Malloy's point. There is a storage facility out there as well that we probably would utilize for the water reclamation facility, like a lean-to kind of shed. So I don't know. We'd have to think through that. I think we should look into that, whether it makes sense for that to be bought into, so to speak, by the water reclamation facility.
But in
I'd
terms
have to
of
think through that,
divesting of surplus property, there wouldn't be an opportunity with any of these departments, because we're not just moving from the Mazda dealership. It sounds like there's people kind of coming from all over. Is there any facilities left that we no longer need?
They're coming from all over on the water reclamation facility's property.
Okay.
So.
All right. And finally, I would just say, I'd ask if there's an opportunity. You mentioned the meeting room, but when I saw the picture, I was already thinking of this. Would this potentially be a larger meeting training facility availability than what's available at the police department or at other facilities? Because I think that's a need in the city to have something that we can rent out, and could this potentially, this space, not currently as designed, but, could it be that?
Potentially. We looked at a future expansion opportunity to the west, so it's here on this particular drawing, but to build a large training room there. So there's expansion space to the west where we could build that in the future. It's a significant expense, and we don't see it at this time, but we certainly could.
I would say two things. I think this project is it's not a question of if, but when. It's something that we've identified that is going to be a need. And one thing we do know about the power of money is everything does get more expensive as time goes on. So I think the opportunity is kind of ripe for the picking to get as much as we possibly can now. So I would support with the fleet addition, the full meal deal that you're proposing.
Yeah, that's great. I think there's a consensus here. It always gives me heartburn when somebody builds a brand new facility and then a couple of years later rips off an entire wall just to add on to it. So
Yeah, I was just going to add,
doing
I
all at once.
think the two most sensible choices now are to go forward with the full meal deal or to do nothing and stay where we're at. And given the current construction cost environment, the full meal deal, I think, makes more sense. Given the new information we've gotten about doing the phased approach, I think that's just no longer an option anymore. It doesn't make any sense.
If you say full meal deal one more time, though, we're going to have to Uber something here.
I move for the full meal deal.
Hungry.
It's a value meal, no less.
Do we need a motion on this one, or are we just taking this as advisement for the following ones?
I'm perfectly fine with advisement. I don't know if anybody on the wings here feels there needs to be a motion, but if not, I can move into the formal decision we do need to make tonight. So.
What do you think, Field?
I think we can move to the subsequent action item.
This will be significantly more brief. So as a result of the decision the consensus we've come to, we need to modify our contract with the architect to include the full meal deal of design design duties. The cost for that increases the total design fee from $757,000 to $941,000. There will be construction administration contract coming forward at the time of bidding. I think it's about half of this, just as a preview. So I think we've really covered all of this. I will note architects typically base their fee on a percentage of what they think the project is going to be. This is a significantly reduced percentage because a lot of the work has sort of been done in vetting these options. So
These increased contract prices were reflected in the numbers that you just gave us for the increased facility?
yes, they were in the total budget. So with that, I recommend amending the contract to match the guidance you already gave me, which would be the full design cost with the fleet additions. And that's
moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, item C is Police Department Parking Lot Improvements, Recommendation to Award.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Andrew Arbini, Projects Division Manager in Public Works, presenting on the Police Department Parking Lot Improvement Project. Have a few requests this evening that are all related to the project. So item C is a recommendation to award to Interstate Concrete and Asphalt. Item D is the construction management services with HMH Engineers. And item E is a contract with Solid Rock Gate and Supply for vehicle access gates. All these are separate action items, but related to the expansion. So for the newer council members, included a little bit of project background. So the police department headquarters was constructed in 2003. In 2021, facility needs assessment identified the need for additional parking space. That was identified as a current need at that time, and also additional parking spaces that would be required for the future expansion of headquarters, which is also a separate future need for more office space down the road.
The need for was for more secured parking or for more public parking as well?
Yes, on both sides of primarily. So the current need is to expand the secured parking for the police department vehicles. There is a need for additional public parking with the animal shelter and headquarters at that site. There are times where the current amount of parking is not sufficient. Some background, actually a year ago tomorrow, City Council approved the design contract with HMH that kicked off the design of this construction project. Project location, so the blue rectangle will be the site of this expansion of the parking lot between Mullen and Polston Avenue. I included the green square that shows the future headquarters expansion. So to orient everyone with the location of this, it's approximately 2 acres is the site size. So currently the facilities house over 100 police department personnel. As I mentioned, there's a need for more parking space, both on the secured and public side. When the police department goes to expand the headquarters, that will trigger the requirement for additional parking spaces. This expansion includes those additional spaces that would be needed at that time. So expanding the parking facilities, expanding both public and secured. The site improvements, so I'll get into this a little further because I want to answer Councilman Malloy's question. He had sent over a question prior to the meeting related to CMS services. So I will address that a bit further, but talking on the scope of the project, this is really an involved project similar to a roadway project where we're doing full site improvements, frontage improvements that are required, includes the utilities, putting everything in that would be needed in the future, and then more or less building a road, at least to a road standard. With the addition of the parking lot, it also reserves a space for a future building pad. Not certain what that will be used for, but 10 to 20 year time frame could be a storage facility on that site. So not the entire site will be used for parking, but reserved for some future building. And this is the illustration of what the design looks like. Secured parking on the north side, building pad in the middle, and public on the south, and then connecting to the campus on the north and south ends.
So this was a bit confusing to me when I reviewed this. So the secure parking that's on the east side of the facility with the animal control facility in between, how do you go from the parking lot to the building?
To keep that secure, there is an existing fence that will remain in place from this location with the mouse, if you can see the mouse on the screen. So the fence will remain in place all the way to this location, and this will be opened up. So it'll connect all of the secured parking. There'll be a gate here at this location, and then fencing will run along here. So this area in black, the blue and the black space is all secure. There's a fence that runs along that line, and then an existing fence that runs along this line.
But if I park in the north part there along Mullen and I need to get into the police department building, that's a long walk, right?
So there would not be an option for public parking on that north lot.
I mean, if I'm a if I'm accessing the secure parking, I'm a police officer or whatever, I come to work, I park my vehicle there, and then how do I get in the building? You drive over, or is it just a long walk?
Just so I understand your question, is so you're talking if you were to park here in the secure parking?
Yes.
And then walk to the building? So I guess one point, the secure parking space is intended for the police department vehicles and not personnel vehicles. So there will be an option to walk through, and it is connected through this point. There would be some distance to get to the headquarters. We're a bit limited on just the layout and the existing layout of the campus. So in working, I should mention that I'm Andrew Arbini with the Public Works Department, but we are working closely with the police department, so Captain Mark Brannell, and we've worked with Brian Harrison in the layout of this design to design something that is functional for the police department that would meet the existing needs. So in conversation with the police department, this layout did work with them. I do see Mark Brannell moving, so if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, Captain Brennell, is the idea that perhaps if I'm showing up for work, I would park up there, get in my patrol car, and then use the lower lot then for operational purposes?
Right, so the proposed new secure parking lot is really going to be for our extra vehicles, our spare vehicles, and evidence vehicles that are not day-to-day use vehicles. So all of those that are currently in our back secure lot that are taking up a lot of the available parking for our employees, and a lot of our employees end up parking out front of the PD at this point. And so moving all those spare vehicles, and we have several evidence vehicles that, I mean, honestly, we're gonna have some of them for years. Will go into the secure lot and not be a daily driver, if you will. And so if an officer has to get a spare car, yeah, they're gonna walk over to the secure lot, but most of the time they're fit officers and they can make that walk, and so it shouldn't be an issue.
So what I was envisioning was like, nobody's gonna have to clear briefing, running out, and then run up to some lot that's way far away to get their patrol car. All the stuff that's operational need would be in the current lot.
Yes. Okay. Yes, unless they had, you know, if somebody had a vehicle go down at the start of briefing, right, they'd go get a vehicle, get it set up, bring it over into the other lot, and park it under the awning for on-duty cars.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Arbini, we're not asphalting over the future building pad area, right, that we would have to rip out later?
We are not.
Okay, great.
I just ran out of colors.
Thank you.
So, no more questions for now. I'll move to the most recent phase. Following design, we went out to bid, solicited for construction bids, opened those bids on April 14th, received 9 bids, had quite a bit of interest on this project. The low bid was received from Interstate Concrete and Asphalt of about $801,000, below the engineer's estimate of $937,000. The summary of this contract award is for the bid amount. We are requesting a contingency of $50,000, bringing the total request for the construction contract award to $851,147.74. And this is budgeted through the public safety impact fees. Moving on to the second item that I noted at the beginning, construction management services amendment. So this is an added services onto the existing design phase. Doing it at this point of the project ensures that we have the appropriate level of support services needed. Getting to Councilman Malloy's question about the amount of scope that we have for this project and based on the type of project that we're building. So I wanted to touch on that, and I added the following slide just showing what the tasks were in this amendment. So this is the breakdown. I guess making a couple points. I'll start with...
I'm sorry, before you give the answer, can you give me the question that was asked?
Sure. So
Would that be okay? Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
So, yes, I will absolutely do that. So the question was, the amount seems like a lot of money to, that there's a lot of services here for constructing a parking lot, and the adjacent facility with the existing police headquarters, that there's staff nearby that could observe and notice anything that may be out of place and pass that along. So that was the crux of the question. Correct me if I misstated any of that.
And admitting that it's more complex than an actual parking lot, but there's that cheap voice in the back of my head. It's like, guys, it's a parking lot. So I was kind of asking for more info.
It's a great question, and it gives an opportunity to, I think, step through some of the things that that is not always presented that occurs behind the scenes. So in looking at construction inspection, which is the bulk of that task, that would be your observation, that is more than just the physical observation of the work going into place. That includes an observer on site that represents the engineer of record, and they are tracking the material. So they're verifying material tickets that could be concrete, ensuring the correct concrete mix design goes into the thing that they're building. Same thing with asphalt. They're verifying the measurements, and those are critical when the contractor submits for a pay application, that we have those records that were done in the field to verify that, yes, this work was completed and this contractor is eligible to be paid for these items. They also provide a daily report of the work activities that occur on site. So that creates a project record. If we ever need to revisit that, and there are times where it's very helpful to go back and look at what happened on this day and this time. I will say that this particular level of CMS services was based on about 13 weeks of construction, which is the contract time. And HMH estimates about 15 hours a week of observation. So that's about 3 hours a day. So it's not a full-time observation. It's probably the appropriate amount of observation needed, and then it will be tracked as a T&M, not to exceed these amounts. Did that?
I do appreciate that, the level of tracking and so forth. The verification materials, I hadn't even thought about that, which requires some skill and obviously presence. So
I do anticipate that personnel at the PD, if they see something, especially related to safety, access concerns, that I will hear about that, and that's a resource for us to get those addressed, but we don't have staff tasked with daily observation.
That doesn't sound like it's particularly reasonable to try to do it internally, so I appreciate the clarification.
Absolutely. So that brings me to the summary of the CMS amendment with HMH. The total amount is $86,600.10. We are requesting a 10% contingency. This replaces the $5,000 contingency that was left over from the design contract. So this is really replacing that previous authority for staff to spend with this new updated contingency that reflects this new amendment.
Shouldn't it be 866001? If it's 10% of that. Right?
Yeah. And
thank you.
I'll throw a penny in.
You are correct. I think we'd probably drop that off for brevity. So
I was going to ask if we could have them sharpen their pencil and get rid of that 10 cents.
If the contract has maximums, what do we need a contingency for?
So I guess the earlier comment about a bid and a maximum amount of bid. The contingency covers, as an easy example would be an unknown. If we go out and start digging underground and we discover, say, an abandoned water line that causes a conflict in what we're building, that was unknown. If it was not shown on the drawings, that would be unknown, and per the contract documents, that would be justified as a change in the contract.
Okay.
Contingency could be allocated to address those types of changes.
So when you said that there were, because the slide, I think, to address Councilor Malloy's point is not in my packet. Though those are the contracts that have maximums, like the 3 hours a day, not to exceed however much money. It's not the rest of the yes, that one. Those are the max. That's what you said, right?
Yes, these are the individual maximum tasks that all roll up to the $86,600 for HMH Engineering's level of services.
Construction inspection, materials testing. What in here, none of these are the actual materials, and it doesn't look like this is the work itself. This is all like observation of the work.
Correct.
And in these contracts, we have maximums not to exceed 68,000. So why do we need a contingency on this?
On that. So in the case of that unknown water line, for instance, if there was additional design services that may be needed to address that water line, that would impact HMH to do that additional design work. It was unknown to the parties, and having a contingency allows us to make those decisions within an approved threshold authorized by council. So it allows for timeliness in decisions, especially in construction contracts.
Yes, I understand like the
delays.
basic part of the
Delay claim.
contingency aspect. My specific question was if they had maximums, then what was the point? But you're saying the unknowns will affect these
Yes.
contracts in a way that negates the maximums that are in the contract themselves.
Correct.
Okay, great.
If something is uncovered, then it would mean we're changing the design contract and then changing the construction contract and then changing the CMS contract.
It has a ripple effect.
Yes.
It often does.
Ugh. Okay.
I think I covered, again, this amendment also comes out of the same GL code for public safety impact fees. So the third item, these are for vehicle access gates. So going back to that previous illustration, the secured parking lot requires addition of 2 new vehicle access gates. During the design, when that was identified, the city reached out to a local vendor supplier that we've worked with before, Solid Rock Gate and Supply. They've actually supplied gates to the city at other facilities in recent time. I want to talk a little bit about the process on this and the purchasing process that we went through. So I will actually start with the third bullet point here. So we started working with Solid Rock Gate and Supply. They provided us a quote for the gates. I want to note that the current city purchasing policy requires solicitation of 3 quotes from vendors when you're purchasing a product or service between the value of $50,000 to $100,000. The value of these gates are, I think it's in my next slide, around $70,000 total. However, Idaho State Code updated that threshold. So the solicitation of 3 quotes is not required until you reach $100,000 or greater. The city's purchasing policy, as you are aware, was presented in a recent workshop, is being revised and with the intent to reflect those limits to match Idaho State Code. So I wanted to lay that foundation. As a gut check, we did reach out to one other vendor who makes a similar style of gate, a less preferred style, and a significantly greater cost.
Other than that, it's perfect.
This is also the style of gate that we want, the service that we have come to know. Recently, the Parks Project put in 2 of these gates with the same vendor. The city procuring these gates separately, rather than assigning it to the contractor and putting it in the construction bid, it ensures that we get the type of gate that we want. So the request this evening would be that council would approve this quote with Solid Rock.
And it's not double marked up that way too, if we're going directly with them. Are they building that gate from scratch or buying the gate and then installing it for us?
They're building from scratch. In fact, there's some market volatility. I'm sure folks may be aware, but some of the metal prices are in flux at this point. So they are eager to, assuming an approval this evening would allow them to order materials, lock in that pricing that's presented here, and begin fabrication. So they would fabricate from scratch, and then they are responsible to install the gate as well. And we envision that they would be coordinating with Interstate, the general contractor for the parking lot. So if all works out well, the timing would be that the gates show up at the end of the project and get installed as one of the final items.
So in my day job in the security industry, I deal with these. This is a good price, and it is the right solution for that, being a vertical lift gate, especially because of the snow potential and how slow one of those gates opens and closes if it's on a chain. And and maintenance-wise too, on a horizontal slide gate, It's just, this does appear to be the right solution and a reasonable price.
So the contract with Solid Rock is for $67,000. That includes the fabrication and installation cost. We are asking for a 10% contingency, and again, that we have coordinated to the best that I could think of all the elements needed to install the gate. If there are any things we discover in the field that, oh, we need to put in an additional conduit for a camera or a sensor, that contingency could be used to cover any of those additions that are not.
I understand the point of a contingency.
Sorry,
I just,
With the two others that we had from the same vendor, did we have to dip into our contingency on those?
Sorry, could you?
You said we had two other gates that we purchased and had installed by the same vendor. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, I think on the Parks project. So in that project, they actually, Solid Rock installed the gates, but it was included in the general contractor's bid.
Okay.
And the reason the city is purchasing these directly is some of those lessons learned that this route ensures that we get the specific style and brand of gate from this specific provider.
Just love to see more of this kind of thinking, because contractors going to mark this up if they're doing it. Yeah. And, so there's another 10% or whatever on top of that. That's sort of a hidden fee. So the more of this that we can do ourselves, we've talked as a council before about subcontracting and all of this sort of thing. So the more of that we can do, the better. So kudos.
You are absolutely right. It does save on that front. However, there's a significant amount of staff time involved in this. So there is some trade-off to a certain extent. But overall, the overall benefit here was there, and it made sense to go this route with this particular product. So summary of the project, next steps following approval. Assuming approval of all three items, we'll start moving the contract paperwork around, get a construction agreement in place, construction schedule from the contractor, issue a purchase order for the gates, get those started, and in the overall time frame, expecting project completion by fall of this year. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
All right. I think we just need to go through some motions.
I move to approve the police department parking lot improvements recommendation to award.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
I move to approve the police department parking lot improvements construction management services.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I move to approve the police department parking lot improvements contract for vehicle access gates.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
I move for a 5-minute recess.
I was about to offer
Second.
that. Yes. Let's recess for 5 minutes. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And next up is item F, Poleline and Highway 41 gravity sewer replacement.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Andrew Arbini, Projects Division Manager. Figure I'll repeat that after the break. This is the Poleline and Highway 41 gravity sewer. This presentation includes two items: recommendation to award to Gritty Lands Development, and item G is the supporting construction management services amendment with Ardura Engineers. Providing similar background as I did on the previous agenda item. So project location, this is at Highway 41 and Poleline. The area in black rectangle and gray area reflects the project limits for the gravity sewer work. So prior to 2025, staff identified a deficiency in the existing gravity sewer pipe. This was a low point that was causing surcharging in the line. And this is a compounding issue as the flows continue to increase, and thus increasing the risk to backups in the line, and could occur in the service laterals that come into the sewer main. This original sewer line was constructed around 2006. It was a city project. It was part of several sewer lines that were installed in this vicinity of town along Highway 41.
When you say it was a city project, do you mean the city did it ourselves?
That's my understanding. This was a city contract. The city hired a contractor to perform this work.
And was this installed incorrectly? Is that why we have this gravity issue?
So we don't know exactly why there is a low point in this section of line. There's no indication that it was installed incorrectly at the time. We don't believe that there's been any impact from the recent construction and improvements that have happened in that area with Highway 41, that just given the depth of the existing line, that would have had an impact on this. But it appears that there may have been some sort of settling to cause that low point, but there's no indication at the time of construction that it was installed incorrectly. The line is 20 years old.
Or that the ITD work may have caused this, because this is a new problem, right?
Yeah, it was recently discovered 2024. I have a slide that was dated in August when the city's sewer camera, we've been in probably the last 5 years, we purchased a sewer camera, and we've been doing inventory of the sewer line. So that was discovered that there's a low point, and that matches up with some of the surcharging that we've seen in this area, and it's been compounded with the amount of additional flows that have come into that area with development occurring.
Yeah, just in the interest of brevity, I guess what I'm getting at is anybody at fault that we can go after for potentially helping to pay for this, or is it just a natural phenomenon as far as we know?
Yeah. We don't have a lot of great information that would allow us to go that direction. I will say that this is not a common occurrence. This is not something we typically see. So the fact that we are doing this is a bit of an anomaly, that it's an issue, and we're moving forward and addressing this issue because it is creating an increased risk to the city in the event that it causes a backup into a service line.
And is there a chance, I think this is my last question, is there a chance when we open this road up and look at that, we might discover that something happened, that there would be a potential recovery?
Yes, additional information is always valuable, and I hesitate to speculate on what that would be and what that would mean, but certainly if there is something that we discover that's interesting, let's explore this further, that is always a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
So I also had many of the same questions that Councilor Luca just asked you, so I guess I'll ask a different one. If we know who installed this particular line, is there a way to look back at those contracts to determine if there is a warranty of workmanship that would extend to this project that might offset some of this cost if they would come in and warranty their work?
I may defer to maybe more of on the legal front. I can speak from our capital projects and most of the work that we contract for in Public Works. We typically have a 1-year warranty for workmanship if there is something discovered in that time period. But being that we are 20 years, we're likely outside of that range. To Councilman Luca's question about if we open up the road and we discover something, again, I think it would be interesting to know what that is, something that'd be obvious. I don't have a lot of the history of the project other than it was constructed. We have some as-builts for the project. It was constructed at pretty minimal grades in that vicinity, which does make it a bit challenging to convey that slope through that area and get it to the downstream manhole. So where this issue has occurred is near the manhole. The solution is replacing 250 feet to realign that and meet that grade. So the project would involve relaying new pipe next to the existing pipe. So last year, February 2025, Council approved the design contract with Ardura Engineers to design the solution for the section of pipe. So this is the image that I mentioned. This was taken in August, about the time that this was discovered to be an issue, mostly just illustrating what the service lateral looks like coming into the sewer main. Probably not the most appealing picture to look at, but
especially on Taco Tuesday.
Could he get some 8x10s made?
So the solution and what this project will accomplish is replacing that section of pipe, 250 feet. This involves quite a bit of coordination with ITDs. We've been in contact, working with them closely. Need to protect their infrastructure, specifically the traffic signal is there, and they have a rather robust foundation nearby. It involves significant amount of traffic control, and then we envision doing some temporary adjustments to the traffic signal timing. Once we replace the sewer, we will repave and restore the site to existing conditions. We're not doing any surface improvements or additions to the site as it is. We'll just restore it to existing. As we were working through the design of this project, there were a couple additional elements of work that was identified in this vicinity, and staff elected to include this into the project work. The first additional work is at 12th Avenue and Highway 41. The city operates 2 sewer pressure force mains along 12th Avenue. Eventually that will be connected to the water reclamation facility. One of those force mains, which is currently unused, it's a dry line, but envisioned to be connected and used in the future coming years. It was discovered that there's a blockage in that line of some sort, of some debris. We've been able to isolate it to that area in the dash box. Working with staff, we've been able to determine that that's the location. We've included this work in with the larger Poleline and 41 project. Similar to your comment earlier, Councilman Luca, about discovering the situation, we anticipate we'll be able to know a bit more. In this instance, there was some recent work that had occurred in that vicinity with the Highway 41 widening, and we are uncertain what the issue is. We just know that there's a block and we need to repair it. It seems to make sense and will likely be a savings to the city by including all 3 of these additional work items with the larger project, as opposed to making it individual projects. So that's why we are including it.
Has the camera been sent down there to see what that blockage is?
Yeah, it appears to be debris, rocks, or mixed with dirt material.
So in my previous life in law enforcement, we would call this a clue that all of these are adjacent to the recent ITD work. So I hope that we have a sharp eye on that as we're going over all of these locations.
Yes. The city had 2 projects in this vicinity, followed by ITD and some other entities that were all moving utilities and coordinating all of the work happening within a 2 to 3 year time frame. So the other two items are separate locations, one at Highway 41 and 16th Avenue, and the other one's just south on 41, south of Poleline. And these are adjustments to the manholes. By including this work, we need to make an adjustment to the manhole. There's an issue with the grade. It tends to catch the snow plows. As per the city's memorandum of understanding for maintenance requirements with ITD, we are responsible to address that. This will satisfy that issue that was brought to light.
Mr. Urbini, will there be any coordination? It sounds like we're at, is that 3 intersections on the 41 with the 41 mess at SLT Mullen? Like, are we planning on doing all of these while that's going on as well? What does that coordination look like?
So each of, if I could take just the city's projects, so we have 4 locations, Poleline, 41, and then these 3 locations. The work will occur so that we're not doing all of it at the same time, just looking at just the city's project. Related to other projects in the vicinity, we're working with ITD. They have mentioned the other work in the area, and in times past, in recent years, we've coordinated closely to ensure that we're not creating a complete traffic jam. So we will be working with ITD to ensure that we're able to maintain traffic flow through that vicinity. The greatest impact that we see, at least on paper as it is the work to correct the gravity sewer low point at Poleline and 41.
What's the time frame on that, and what will lane closures look like?
That's a great question. I did not include the visuals for that.
Would that be at a different, I mean, if that's part of like a different contract request, then we could talk about it at a different time.
Yeah, I can certainly follow up and provide that information after the meeting of what the traffic phasing looks like. There's 3 phases with the intersection work. I'll pull up the map. So it's in an awkward spot, especially when the work gets out into the middle of the intersection. That'll involve a detour is one phase, a rather large detour around. As much as possible, we are intending to maintain some traffic flow through that intersection. So moving east and west, we'd have a lane in each direction. Okay. But there would be limited movements. Total project duration is about 2 months of time. We do have some restrictions from ITD of over holiday weekends, so 3-day holiday weekends, Memorial Day weekend, July 4th weekend. Contractors not allowed to work and have traffic control in place. So we will need to coordinate following an approval of the contract award, discuss that with the contractor and what they're thinking for scheduling. Okay. The intent is that this would all be done by October, end of this year.
Because this is the last request to come to council, right? We did the design. This is like the contract for construction, and then go. Correct. I guess you can't say no because of the traffic, but oh my Lanta.
It's been brutal for the last 10 years.
So why are the manholes not at the right elevation? Manhole covers?
That is a great question. Those are city facilities, and those are part of the sewer manholes that are there. I don't have the full history on that. I know that has been an issue in recent time, that it's creating an issue with mainly with snow plowing.
Right. This is new highway. So this was done in the last 3 years, something like that, right? So somebody installed these, or somebody paved and didn't pave at the right elevation, or someone installed them too high. Who is that? You know, why are now we have to pay to fix it, in other words? Seems like somebody didn't do the work correctly, and you know, it's painful every time we are approving some $1 million construction management inspection contract, and now we find that we're going to have to go back and fix these things. I think that that's something that needs to be looked at, and perhaps even if we have a 1-year warranty on the work, to say if this was within the last 3 years or something, say if you want to do business with the city again and be considered for the future, you fix it, because this is recent work. So I know very little about it other than what you just said here, but it seems like, but I have lived next to and with and around and amongst this project for 4 years, because I live right next to it, and to find out that work was done sloppily and that now we have to pay to fix it makes me irate. So
I'm happy to follow up with Rob
Please.
Paulus after the meeting, and we had similar conversations going into this and during design. I'm happy to follow up with Rob and understand that a bit more as it relates to ITD and the city and those maintenance responsibilities.
Thank you.
Including it in this project does address the issue and would at least get it corrected. So moving on to the construction phase, we did put the project out to bid, open bids on April 16th. We received 2 bids. The apparent low is from Gritty Lands Development, in the amount of $579,507. The engineer's estimate is for $464,000. So the bids were above the engineer's estimate. However, we have budgeted and we have the available funds in the capital improvement project fund related to this. So the funding is available. Looking at the cost, I think some of the element, the fact that we opened bids around the same time as the police department parking lot, we have a bit of a gauge to see that that had a rather large level of interest. We had 2 bidders on this project. I think some of the complexities and the challenges with some of the sewer work, but overall, the low bid appears to be representative of what the construction cost is.
And that's a bid for all 4 projects?
Correct.
If we made them less complex by not doing 4, would we have gotten a bid like closer, would we have gotten more bids or a bid closer to the estimate, do you think?
I think the complexity is in the Poleline and 41 gravity sewer.
Not in the different projects themselves.
That's my opinion, and based on what we've seen in the past.
Okay.
I think with the gravity sewer replacement, it requires shoring, trench shoring, which is just really tight spaces. These other 3 projects are not, while they're separate locations, they are not as impactful as the work that will be done in 41 and Poleline.
I just didn't know if like they were different skill sets, and so we were not like getting as many people to bid because you had to be able to do different things. But okay, sounds good.
Yeah, it's all within the wheelhouse of these contractors.
Okay.
And these other 3 projects, those are, days or a couple of weeks in duration, correct?
Oh.
Each?
Correct. I would say the manhole adjustments are a day's work.
Right.
Okay.
The traffic control is the most complicated, and so having a contractor take responsibility for that and set up the traffic control, we looked at doing that in-house, and it's a significant undertaking. It looks very simplistic, but involving the highway, traffic
really
control is the
doesn't,
majority.
to be honest.
That's good. And then similar to 12th and 41, it's probably a few days to dig and address that work. I believe I covered all of this. Again, budgeted under the Reclamation Capital Fund. So the contract summary, the contract award to Gritty Lands is for $579,507, requesting a 10% contingency, bringing the total request to $637,457. Moving on to the second item, construction management services. So summarizing a bit from the last item, this is the services needed to support the construction work. This was evaluated based on the design and what we have included in the work. significant piece is the coordination that will be needed with ITD. So similar, I broke out in a table what each of those tasks are. You can see construction admin and observation is a significant portion of this amendment. Worth noting, this level of services is based on full-time observation. Just given the scope and nature of the work, it's 40 hours a week. So that is some of the cost difference that you're seeing here. So the summary of the contract amendment with Adura is $117,940, asking for a 10% contingency, bringing the total request to $129,734. The design and CMS contract becomes $204,485. So that's the design phase to date and the CMS amendment to date. Next steps, following contract approval this evening, we'll begin moving the contract documents around and envision getting a preliminary schedule from the contractor. Because of the nature of this project, we plan to have a project page on the city's website, and that will provide information there as well as city social media. So trying to get the word out, especially as we have traffic closures. And I believe we have a traffic closure link, so those will all be listed there of when we're switching phases and what people can expect. Project completion is expected by October this year. I will stand for any questions.
All right, I think we're ready for motions.
I would move to approve the Poleline and South State Highway 41 gravity sewer replacement recommendation to award.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call.
Have a comment real quick, just addressing what Councilor Luca was talking about with regard to going after someone who might be liable. I have a slightly different view than Councilor Luca. I don't want someone who does bad work to come back out and make corrective action. I would prefer to seek compensation for the work being done. I think this is really important and we should be doing it. So what I guess I would ask for, I guess this is probably more in your house field, so maybe we could look into whether there's a liable party, perhaps someone who's insured, maybe that if there's a cause of action for what we call in my profession damages, I think that I'd like to know if there's an option there.
Yeah, certainly I'm not, have not looked into this particular project at all, so, but we can certainly get together and look at that.
Thank you.
And I'll say that I'll be voting yes on the motion with the caveat that I would like that process to happen first to see. I mean, obviously we can't go through a court process to find out if we're going to get paid first before we start this project, but we could at least look at it and say, is there a potential liable party, and can we say with any sort of certainty that it could have been from, like the manholes to me kind of seems like low-hanging fruit. We paid somebody to do the work and we paid somebody to watch the work being done, and it's not done right. So either it was the people we paid that didn't do it right, or it was ITD when they paved it incorrectly, and either way, we should not have to pay to do that. Then as far as the blockage one, I think that's probably a little more complicated because a lot of people touched that project. But if we could at least just look into the feasibility of that, and if we need to, prior to contract signing, make some sort of modification and go ahead. I don't know how to put that into motion form because that was a long paragraph, but just what I said, is that a friendly amendment?
I think those are two separate issues. So we've got identified problems that need to be fixed, so we got to fix them. Second issue is, can we be reimbursed anywhere for making that fix? I don't think we need to hold up the contracts to investigate whether there's somebody else's liability or not. That can be done concurrently. I think it's a separate issue.
Well, I thought about that, but then this is a legal question. If we just go ahead and fix it, and then we go after somebody and say, you need to pay us for that, could they say, no, we could have fixed it, but you went and did it?
No, generally speaking, I will say it depends.
No.
We should just get him a shirt that says it depends.
Give you the standard lawyer answer.
You're a member of the bar, aren't you?
certainly they are two sort of, I would see them as two sort of separate issues. Certainly we can go out and perform remedy, and if you are find a liable party and are bringing suit against them, your damages, you can perform the remedy and say this is what you did wrong. We had to go out and fix it because it was an operational type thing, and there's our damages. That's what we're asking for in the lawsuit. So there are certainly avenues to sort of self-help and do the project yourself rather than having them come out.
Is that only if or does that still apply if there was a remedy in the contract that was specified?
Yeah, and I would have to look at all of that.
Okay, thanks.
I can't answer that.
But I agree with your point that generally speaking, as long as there's no issue with that, where later they could say, well, we would have fixed it, but you fixed it, so now we're not liable, then we can move forward.
It sounds like for some of these, we'd have to open up the road anyway to see what's going on down there before we could even determine if there is a liable party. Further discussion on the motion to approve? Roll call, please.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigliter.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
I move to approve the Poleline and State Highway 41 gravity sewer replacement contract amendment for construction management services.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigliter.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up is the 2025 Transportation Master Plan. This is just a continuation of deliberation, if there were any additional thoughts on that. Otherwise, we can just take a motion and move on.
Well, I do have some additional thoughts. I actually got to read through it. There were a few things that I really liked. In the interest of brevity, I'll just mention a couple of them. I did like some of the crash mitigation proposals that it went over. A lot of these I can skip. This is a question that maybe other council members might be able to weigh in on. Why do we have no even long-term thoughts about connectivity to the south side of the river? Forgive me, I'm new on the council, but I'm just wondering why we're not looking at that at all.
Or being annexed into the city and providing services.
Yeah. I know there's probably an enormous amount of cost, but if
Yeah,
we're
I think
talking
that's
about
that would be my initial impression, is just it'd be extremely expensive.
just prohibitive.
I mean, in my experience, and this is just me, I haven't really seen a lot of interest from the residents there either, being annexed into the city. As far as location, I think Spokane Street would be obviously the most apparent, but also the most expensive. I know Greens Ferry on the south side of the river is another possibility of providing connectivity there, but there's, if not zero activity, of wanting that. I think there would also be a lot of pushback in even attempting that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Another factor is purely economic too. One, there's not a lot to connect to at this point, and a big reason for that is because the geology on that side of the river is totally different. It's all rock. So it's way more cost effective to build on the north side of the river where there's soft dirt and everything else and it's pretty flat. If there ever comes a time where it's as cheap or cheaper to build on the south side, that's when we'll start seeing interest. But that doesn't seem to be foreseeable anytime probably in our lifetimes. So.
It occurs to me that providing sewer to the south side of the river would be very expensive for a small number of houses.
Seems it would.
It at least all goes downhill. We wouldn't have to.
Go straight in the river. Don't do anything with it. Yeah. That was a joke.
My last comment was just I liked some of the things I was reading about the bicycle pathways and whatnot. I think I alluded to this in our last hearing on the Transportation Master Plan. I'm personally more of a fan of a stay in your lane type methodology. I think I'm very supportive of cyclists. I like the idea of more people are doing it, fewer people are on the road, decreases congestion. I just don't like when the cyclists are in the road because despite what some of them might believe, they are not as fast as cars. So I'm all for it, just stay in your lane. And I think the multimodal pathways focus in the transportation master plan where I like it, I like where it's going. So I'll be in favor.
And we did upgrade to Greens Ferry, correct? Perfect, thank you. Then I'm in favor too.
I would move to approve the City of Post Falls 2025 Transportation Master Plan.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. We're on to new business. First up is 2026 Chip Seal Contract Award.
Find it in here.
Good evening, Council. Ross Junkin, Public Works Maintenance Manager. I'm here to talk about our 26 chip seal contract. We recently bid that. We do these annually for our city. And I'll start with going over, we had two pre-qualified contractors, American Road Maintenance and Poe Asphalt. They were fairly close, about $25,000 apart, but the low bid was from American Road Maintenance. This slide also shows recent history that we've had in our pricing over the years. You can notice that this year we've moved to half-inch chip seal. That's primarily because the roads that we're looking at doing are arterials, which need a little bit more larger rock. We're not getting into residential areas this year, which would be in the quarter chip to 3/8. And you can see the price is down a little bit too, $3.75 for that half-inch chip. The larger the rock that you get, typically the more expensive it is because the oil that goes into holding that rock into place, there's more of it needed. So that is a good price that we see comparatively from recent years. Our budget this year was $630,000, so that number is below that, at roughly $500,000. The amount of work that was selected for that, we used the previous year's numbers, so we would have used the 25 numbers for that contract and the dollars, and we would generate roughly what we're looking at for the next year's. So we're basically getting the same amount of work for the $630,000, what we're anticipating for $500,000 based on the previous year's amount of work.
Could we add more work?
I was just going to ask.
Sorry.
We can. In the contracts, there is some wiggle room in the contract. I think it's 25% where you can hold those numbers. If you go above that, then there's renegotiation that happens. So we can look at that. If we want to add some, we would have to go back to our drawing board and look and see where it makes sense to do that as well.
Do you think that we need to? I feel like we're always playing catch up on streets.
We can.
No, I asked if you thought that we needed to.
If we needed to. This is, roads is a squeaky wheel. It always needs grease, right?
Okay.
So, yes, I think it would be beneficial. Okay. It's such a minor amount, $100,000. I know we think of that as like a lot of money, but when I look at our road system, we have over 500 miles of roads, and you can see how many miles we're going to get done this year. And the reason for that 3.74 miles is because the roads that we're doing, those are lengths. Those are not widths. So we're actually doing some pretty wide roads. So that's why you're not seeing the length. And I'm actually toyed with the idea of changing how I'm measuring this and reporting it so that it calculates areas and not lengths. So it's a little more accurate. A number of you have probably seen this slide before. It's a pavement condition data that we got about 4 years ago. And it shows where we were at then. Nothing's changed because we have not done another assessment. We'll typically do those every 5 to 6 years, depending on the budget and if we can afford it. Last one was $75,000 to the city. In here, you can see our roads are, back then were in good shape, and I would attribute that to our chip seal program as well. So pushing upper 80% is in the good, satisfactory to good condition. And since then, we've addressed quite a few of those roads that were in the fair and definitely in the poor and the very poor, for sure. You can see the map, which doesn't reflect the current conditions. And the 26, you can see in the blue up there, the 26 season, so this summer we'll be doing some in-house paving in that area. So those red roads and those yellows will come back up to green. The following year, we'll chip those so we can seal them up, and I kind of explain why we chip, but it seals that asphalt up, keeps the water out, it protects it from the UV rays, and it provides that extra layer of traction, especially here in North Idaho when we do occasionally get snow. I went back in our archives and found that my records could go back as far as 99. I know that they go back farther than that, but we've been chip sealing for a long time. And that's one of the main reasons why our roads are in the shape that they are comparatively to the neighboring cities in our area. So staff recommends awarding the contract to American Road Maintenance. The bid amount was $498,955.30, and asking for a contingency to go along with that. Now, I have never spent that contingency, but it doesn't mean something couldn't come up in which it's necessary. So a 5% contingency for a total of $523,903.07. And I'll stand for questions.
I'm happy to support it, but I would be interested to know if we could get some more done if we had it budgeted. So I don't know, at a later time, I'm sure you could let us know.
So that's something we can look at in the change order process of the contract. That would be something I would have to come back to you and ask for additional dollars to be spent. It's above my signing authority.
Especially since we've already budgeted $630,000 and the cost for about the first time ever is down, then it might be a good opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. So
sure. Some of those dollars in that $630,000 also go towards crack sealing.
Okay.
So there's smaller components. I'd say like $40,000 of that goes towards a crack seal program that we have. But yes, we do have some money that could be allocated for additional chip sealing.
Just
if we
don't
so
tell
wanted
Mr.
to.
Beecham about it, because he'll find a place to put it.
I would move to approve the 2026 chip seal contract award to American Road Maintenance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Stigliter.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up is Northeast Quadrant Sanitary Sewer Study Update.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jim Mulcahy, Senior Staff Engineer, City of Post Falls. Staff is here today to request approval to enter into a professional service agreement with JUB Engineers, updating the Northeast Quadrant Sanitary Sewer Study. This study is needed to verify the existing capacity up in this area. Not only that, but to recalibrate the model, sanitary sewer model, based on the current growth, forecasting and land use assumptions, and to evaluate any potential modifications to improve system performance and efficiencies. The estimated cost at this time is $126,400. The original study was done by JUB also in 2018. This study combined the sanitary sewer 2010 master plan along with the Rathdrum Prairie Master Plan and the 2018 Land Use Project. This adjusted locations and sizes of transmission mains and service basins, along with identifying timing for system improvements. The results from this study were also incorporated into the 2019 Water Reclamation Master Plan. Since that time, we've actually upgraded pumps into the Tullamore lift station. This helped increase performance with that lift station. It was part of that study as a portion of it. Phase 1 of the 12th Avenue Force Main was also constructed at this time. And there was a 21-inch sanitary sewer gravity main that went from Horsehaven to the 12th Avenue lift station. There are some remaining items that are still out there. Increasing the Tullamore lift station in general was one of the items that we were looking at. Also running a parallel sanitary sewer main on the west side of Highway 41. And installing the Fennicus line, which eventually goes all the way north to just north of Prairie and services that those properties up north. This line was also identified as the, excuse me, the Meyer alternative line. We also are looking at doing phase 2 and phase 3 of the force main, which I believe Public Works is taking a look at that at this time. The main reasons, of course, for this study update is for the widening of Highway 41, which of course adds the demand, the rapid growth demand in that service basin up in there. And we were also looking at anticipating that the tech park was going to have more increased flows with the new developers that are going to be with that project. So what we did is we increased the surface area, or the study area, excuse me, not only to potentially relocate some of the lift stations that are up in that area, but also to determine trigger flows for the 12th Avenue lift station, the Meyer alternative line, and to finally determine the capacity of the future development up in that northern area. These results would also be incorporated into the wastewater master plan that's going to be updated here shortly, so that's an important item. But the total cost for this project is estimated to be at $126,400, with the estimated completion time of November of '26. So if there are any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
This needs to be done outside of the wastewater master plan?
Correct. So this is basically, we're analyzing that capacity issues that for up in that whole northern area to help find out what those capacity are, because it's growing so fast.
And that's not a scope of the wastewater master plan, sanitary
It
sewer?
would be, but because of the growth and the impacts that we're having up there, this is a study that is, it's, how would you say it? It's already been processed, so it's more updating what's happened up in that area, so it can go a lot faster than the master plan itself, which would study the whole city.
This will basically be incorporated into the master plan, right?
Correct. So this would take away from that.
$120,000 decrease on our master plan, because this part's already done?
It's already done.
You say technically, but like, I mean actually technically, like.
Well, I don't know how the accounting
I don't
exactly
know.
works, but.
I don't know the accounting either.
I guess just my only drawback of this is like that we're gonna pay for it to be done. When is the master plan gonna be redone, did you say?
We would have to talk to Mr. Beecham as well, but it's coming in the near future.
So-
I know, within a year or two, I believe.
Ooh, see, it'd be better if you said like 10. But, right?
But
This will be more relevant. in a
Okay.
year than it will
But
be
the
10.
growth in this area right now is pretty impactful.
I know, I'm saying if we were gonna have the master plan done in 10 years, then yes, we should do this right now. But if we're gonna have the master plan done next year.
Oh, no, it'll probably be at least 4 or 5 years out.
Okay.
I believe.
So that's what, there you go.
Well, if we didn't do this now, then we would be paying to do this later anyway with the master plan, right?
Yeah, eventually it would be with the master plan, but And this also kind of goes in conjunction with what Mr. Ambini or Andrew talked about, which was the that area where they're doing the construction to fix that belly that's in the pipe. So that's also restricting those flows, which is going up to the hospital, which is going up into the all of those areas
The
up
school,
there.
it's
So
expanding.
it's kind of a necessity to understand what these capacities are at this time.
I'm definitely not saying it's not necessary. I'm just saying my only question was, if we do this now, sounds great, I get that we need it, but if we were to do a master plan next year that also would look at this information, if we didn't have it, then and they're not gonna be like, oh, well, you already have the northeast area done, we're not gonna charge you for that. I highly doubt that's how that's gonna happen. So we'd essentially be paying for it twice. But if we need this information now, the master plan won't give it to us for 5 years, that makes sense.
That's what I believe.
Did I summarize that correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you do.
Further questions? All right.
I would move to approve the Northeast Quadrant Sanitary Sewer Study Update.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion?
Just a comment, I think studies like this are important. If we're gonna be spending money, we need to know that it's necessary.
Roll call, please.
Luca,
Aye.
Stigliter,
Aye.
Malloy,
Aye.
Ziegler,
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up is citizen issues. This section of the agenda is reserved for citizens wishing to address the council regarding city-related issues that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone wishing to speak? All right, step on up.
We've got to move this agenda item.
If you'd state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes on the timer.
Good evening, council. My name is John Wright, and I live at 355 West Waterside in the city. And I wanted to bring to your attention an issue that I actually emailed the full council about last summer, and that was the increasing frequency of burnout sessions and what sounds like drag racing and just general mayhem of doing donuts and everything in the parking lot at Camille Park. And I had a lot of interaction. I had a discussion with the chief of police last summer about that. And you know, he encouraged us to call in every time that it happens, and it happens very frequently, unfortunately, and at odd times. So, you know, there's an understandable difficulty with the police department being able to respond to it, since it happens at very odd hours, and sometimes there are literally hundreds of cars that show up. I think maybe this is something that's being organized over the internet, but anyway, I wanted to make sure that the council was aware of it, and then also I wouldn't come down and just report a problem without providing some suggestions for a solution. And you know, I think that you could consider closing the park during off hours, but that would require manpower to go and close it and open it every day. And then also it would probably deny, it would be a punishment for folks who are, they're using the park for, you know, using the boat ramp or whatever. And it would, you know, it would be a solution that would kind of punish those that are not really involved in the problem. Alternatively, we could possibly put speed humps across the parking lot so that people driving through there at normal speeds wouldn't have any problem, but somebody trying to do a donut would do serious damage to their car if they hit something like that, and that might be a solution. But I think that because of the increasing frequency of this, it's something that really demands some council attention and action from the city. And I think that, you know, these sorts of things, if they're not addressed, just have a tendency to increase frequency and seriousness. And, you know, before long, we're having things like street takeovers and things like that. And this isn't California, and I want to make sure that it stays that way. So anyway, that's the only other item that I had tonight that I wanted to ask you about was the possibility of the council considering moving the citizen issues up in the agenda, since we're now over 3 hours into the meeting, and it would make it a little more easier for citizens to come in and address you all. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I'll follow up with our PD about that. I appreciate you coming down here.
And Mr. Wright, I'm not familiar with that street. And where is this happening?
So it's happening in Camillin Park, both the upper parking lot that serves the community forest and the lower parking area that's, it's the parking area for the boat ramp.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then, you know, if you go up there, you'll see the evidence of it. I mean, there are black tire marks and circles all over up there. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for waiting for.
Maybe involve Chris too, since the parks and police could maybe work together.
Yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we will move on to administrative staff reports. And up is Hope Avenue at Cecil Road Traffic Control.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Robert Paulus, City Engineer. This action, or this item tonight, does not require any action by the City Council. It is for informative purposes only. So the intersection of Hope Avenue and Cecil Road. Back in December of 2025, myself and the then Chief of Police, Chief McHugh, were before you to answer a bunch of questions. There was concerns from the public regarding the safety at the intersection of Cecil Road and Poleline Avenue. In particular, there had been a couple of collisions at that roundabout at that time. And there were also concerns from the citizens about speeds on Cecil Road and on Poleline Avenue. The intersection of Hope and Cecil, Cecil Road is a major collector roadway. Hope Avenue is also a major collector roadway. Prior to 2024, there had been 3 property damage collisions at that intersection, which is on the low end over a 4-year period. Over the past 12 months, we've seen a great increase in those collisions. There have been 5, 1 serious injury, 2 minor injuries, and 2 possible injury collisions. One of the consistent things in all of those, well, in 4 of those, because I've been able to read the police reports on 4 of those, is they involve distracted drivers, people running stop signs, a couple of them on their phone, a couple of them talking to the passenger in their car. There are mitigating circumstances in that as well. What we went out and we took a look at after reading the collision reports is we took a look at the sight distances and the stopping sight distance in particular for that intersection. The problem that was going on is that people northbound on Cecil Road do not have significant or sufficient stopping sight distance to perceive someone who's running that stop sign to hit the brakes and come to a stop in a safe amount of time. Also, if you look at it from the person who's coming up to that stop sign, whether they're legitimately coming to the stop sign or running it with a California stop or running it completely, they can't see far enough down the road to make that last second decision of, oh, I really should stop. So I have put together, in your packet, it said that we were going to give direction to the street department last week. Held off on that to wait until after tonight's meeting. But what we are going to do is we are having the street department install all-way stop control at that intersection. The intersection does not meet warrants based on volume, but it does meet warrants based upon the number of collisions and the type of collisions. All of them would be correctable by having always stop in place. Along with putting in always stop, since this is a change in traffic patterns, we would be putting orange flagging on the stop signs for the first 1 to 2 months to try to bring a little bit of additional awareness to the existing signs along with the new signs, and we would also be putting warning signs up for about a month to 2 months that saying new traffic pattern ahead. We'd also include notification on our social media sites, and that should help, and then we would monitor it to make sure that the situation has improved. Stand for any questions that you might have.
Presently, Cecil doesn't have a stop, right? And so that's what you're.
What was that?
Cecil just goes right through presently.
Correct.
And Hope is what is supposed, the
That-
traffic on Hope is supposed to
That is
stop.
correct. We base that off of whichever roadway has the highest amount of movement, we call that major movement. That usually doesn't get stopped, and now we'll stop them. And long-term or medium-term, we anticipate that this intersection is going to need to be a traffic signal within the next 5 to 10 years anyway. So this is a step towards that direction.
It's also a California roll, not a California stop.
Okay.
Question about, these are both fairly new roads, I would estimate, within the last 20 years, guessing. So it seems like there's a design failure there in visibility along that road. Can you speak to that a little bit?
So the design of the fence in that area and the landscaping was put in per our city code. Our current city code is based upon a distance measured on the property line, and it doesn't quite respect in all circumstances the speed of the roadway. And so that's where the weakness is in this case.
So the speed of Cecil, the thoroughfare that goes through, is higher than your design criteria?
Than what the strict application of the city code would allow for, correct.
So can we just lower the speed limit?
You could lower the speed limit. In this case, you'd have to lower it to below 25 miles per hour. One of the problems is the roadway is currently marked at 30 miles per hour, and we're seeing speeds typically around 35, a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Just because you mark a roadway with a speed limit doesn't mean that people are going to drive it.
Oh, I totally agree. We should mark it at 15 so people go 25.
Well, in the world of putting up traffic control and traffic speeds, normally we do an 85th percentile study to say what is the reasonable and prudent speed limit for that location. There's also some computer programs that the Federal Highway Administration has sponsored, which you would also apply and take a look at. What is the width of the road? What is the classification of the road? How many driveways, how many road intersections are in that roadway? Back in 2025, when we were before City Council before, we did an 85th percentile speed analysis, and I did an analysis on the FHWA software as well. They both recommended that based upon the collision history and everything out there, 35 miles per hour was the correct speedway for that road. With this current site visibility issue, that creates a little bit of no, but if you mark it at lower than 30 miles per hour, I don't think you're going to correct people's speeds out there. In fact, you're just going to make it a higher location for the police department to be out there more often, trying to enforce a lower speed limit. You'll get compliance when the police are around or when a trailer is out there showing the speed, but I don't think you will really slow down people. Sorry.
Nathan, I'm curious about your question though, because it sounded like the sight line doesn't work for people going 35 on Cecil for when someone on Hope doesn't mind the stop. So it's almost like it's not actually the problem of the people going 35 on Cecil, it's the problem of someone on Hope not. Is that what you said,
So,
that you don't have time to stop on Cecil when someone...
Looking at this right here, for a person who is at the stop sign of Hope Avenue, a person heading north in order to see, perceive, and react to a person pulling out from that stop sign, where am I at? Post speed 85th percent. You would need at least 155 feet to have a 25 mile per hour speed limit. Right now, there's 125 feet, so it's slightly
But the onus isn't on the person in the thoroughfare to make sure that there's not someone in the intersection. The onus is on the person at the stop to not pull out, right?
Yeah, so the person who violates the stop, they come out there, but they put the other person who's driving the speed limit in a situation where they cannot perceive them pulling out and they can't come to a safe stop.
So are these sight lines and speed limits something that we could address in the comprehensive plan, since that's where our...
These would be addressed either in these performance standards within the subdivision code or within the transportation master plan.
Oh, no, we cannot touch that.
Well,
That.
those are the two documents that set that
Gotcha.
stuff.
Okay.
So we are in the process of updating the Title 17 for the subdivision performance standards. And I can look at those numbers in there and get us more away from the way it's set up right now is you take where the two right-of-way lines intersect and you go 25 feet back in each direction, and that creates your triangle. It works, in general, it works really well for speeds of 35 or less. This case, it doesn't.
It's just not. Okay.
And I can't explain exactly why in some locations it doesn't work and in others it does.
To your point, I'd like to see it, if there is a problem with the design.
Yeah, 'cause I
rectified.
think it does play into the decision-making of the California stop. If they're not able to see, if they're only able to see 125 feet to their left into oncoming traffic, it also gives them a very short window of deciding whether to roll that stop sign or not. So I think that's the part where it plays on both sides of the intersection.
Sure.
But the issue of the obstruction for the site, it's that fencing and like shrubbery, right? It's not a building.
That is correct.
So why don't we just condemn a site view easement? Just use the power of eminent domain to condemn a site view easement and get rid of the obstruction.
The person who
And
owns that
not
property
make
probably
some-
won't be very stoked about that.
It still would be a problem. This is what in law enforcement one might call a fishing hole, because this is a long stretch with a stop sign in the middle where people feel like, yeah, I can run it, and they're testing the limits, or they do dumb things and don't pay attention. I do think that the stop sign is warranted, and I also think that we should spend a little time thinking about how we got to this place so that we don't have to wait until we have tons of crashes before we fix this. And then the third thing is that to the speed question that Councilman Ziegler brought up, when the Quarry Sports Park goes up, I think north of here, we're going to have to look at that around Killdeer because of the increased traffic of youth around there. So that, at least that portion is probably going to have a reduced speed limit.
We'll take a look at that when the Quarry Sports Park
Certainly.
goes in.
Thank you.
Oh, you don't need us to approve it, right? Sounds great.
Just a staff report.
Thank you very much for your time, Council.
All right, next up is mayor and council comments. Nothing from me.
Mr. Wright's gone. I like second his suggestion to move
Citizen issues.
Thank you so much. Citizens issues up. I think we've had this discussion before of moving it to somewhere else on the agenda. I feel like the negative was that then they don't listen to what's on the agenda, so they might talk about something that's in the meeting. But, I mean, really.
One of the possible drawbacks is people here for public hearings who would try to speak at the very beginning and not during the hearing.
But you have a gavel and you can ask them to stop talking. But anyway, I'm just saying I'm sympathetic to what he said, and I think it's worth considering.
Yeah.
That's my only comment.
All right, and then we need an executive session.
I move to enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74-206A. Further, that no action will be taken during the session. The session will last approximately 45 minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Stigleader.
Aye.
Malloy.
Aye.
Ziegler.
Aye.
Mosby.
Aye.
Luca.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll enter executive session. I will call the meeting back to order, and then I will call this meeting adjourned.